genuine job. Be passionate, get fulfilled, and dignified. Even as messy as the job may be, look beyond people's opinion. Be proud of what you do. As it is said, there is always dignity.
The GDP numbers. Yes, you can take it during my intro and during the interview, yes. Good morning. I am Nancy Naji, and welcome to the program. Today we'll begin, of course, with two numbers that tell the story of Nigeria's economy from two different angles. On one hand, the National Bureau of Statistics says the economy grew 3.89% in the first quarter of 2026, as you're seeing on the screen right now, stronger than the 3.13% recorded a year ago. These numbers came out yesterday, just a few hours ago, at least, yesterday. So you're seeing it now. Agriculture recovered sharply. Services remained dormant, and the non-oil sector continues to carry the economy. But on the other hand, Nigeria has also retained its position as the third largest borrower from the World Bank's International Development Association, that's the IDA, with an exposure of $18.5 billion. So what does this really tell us? Are we seeing the early signs of economic strength and resilience? Or are we still growing on the back of debt-fueled survival? So on one hand, there's economic growth. We are growing on borrowed debt. We are growing on borrowed money. So today, I'll be breaking down the GDP numbers, the debt reality, the investor signals, and of course what it all means for business, markets, and everyday Nigerians. Professor Franklin Ngwu will be joining me shortly. He is the Director, Public Sector Initiative at the Lagos Business School. We'll be looking at that discussion shortly. It promises to be an interesting one, even beyond interesting. Informative. Like I mentioned earlier on, are we growing on borrowed money? So that's what we'll be looking at this morning. But let's get into it. We will begin with the news. Nigeria's economy grew 3.89% in the first quarter of 2026, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. The report shows improved performance in agriculture, industry, and the services sector, with the economy now valued at over 110 trillion naira. The non-oil sector contributed more than 96% of total GDP, driven by telecommunications, agriculture, trade, financial services, and construction. However, experts are warning that structural weaknesses still persist in key sectors of the economy. Nigeria's broad money supply has risen to a record 124.99 trillion naira in April 2026, according to central bank data. The figure shows continued liquidity growth despite efforts by the central bank to curb inflation through tight monetary policies. Economic data indicates that both broad and narrow money supply increased, driven mainly by domestic assets. The federal government says Nigeria could generate over $1 billion from the digital broadcasting dividend as the country prepares for the digital switchover program scheduled for June 17th this year. The National Broadcasting Commission says the project will also unlock over 600 billion naira from the advertising market and create new revenue streams for broadcasters and content creators. Officials added that the initiative will boost digital infrastructure, expand rural broadband access, and strengthen Nigeria's creative economy. Nigeria and the Republic of Turkey have signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen cooperation in the solid mineral sector. The agreement was signed during the Istanbul Natural Resources Summit in Turkey. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Deli Alake, said Nigeria will leverage Turkey's expertise in mining exploration, training and digitization, as well as capacity building to drive growth in the sector. Alake added that reforms introduced by the federal government have improved the business environment and attracted more investor interest in Nigeria's mining industry. Nigeria's capital importation rose by 182% month-on-month to $3.37 billion in January this year. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the increase was driven mainly by foreign portfolio investment into bonds and money market instruments, which accounted for over 95% of inflows. Data shows that the United States and the United Kingdom were the largest sources of capital, while Lagos State received over 90% of total investment. However, foreign direct investment declined sharply during the period, signaling continued caution among long-term investors. All right, Wednesday and Thursday have been declared, of course, public holiday, of course, Salah holiday. But in preparations, we're looking at the Salah preparations gradually taking over markets and shopping centers as Nigerians make plans for the Salah holiday. But amid rising prices of food items, ramps, and transportation, many Nigerians say celebrating this year may require extra sacrifice and careful spending. Let's take a listen.
Aspiration for Salah gather momentum. Many Nigerians are visiting the market to buy food items, clothes, and other essentials for the celebration, even as the rising cost of living continues to shape decision. We are live here at Karo Abattoir to hear from residents how they are preparing for the festive season.
We brought many rams here from different places. If you take a look at the lot of people that are here, take a look at the way the market is staying so stagnant, no patronize from the buyers at all. Many people are just moving up and down with their things. Since morning till now, I doubt much if at all they buy up to 20 rams here. But if you take a look at other markets, it is almost the same thing, and almost across the country. So if you take a look at, many people are complaining compared to last year. If you take a look at the patronage of the rams is very, very slow. It's very, very low. And they are complaining that no money, no even salary. They are complaining of there is no payment of salary. And with that reason, if you take a look at, there are many rams. If you take a look at the market, many rams are here and no buyers.
This year, true, the market is not moving at all, because we bring plenty ram and the price is very low. Ram that we said last year, 300,000, was raising now 180,000, 190,000. because not buyer for the market. Last year, by this ram, we don't have ram more than 100 here. True. But look at the market. No single one buyer here. If you look from gate to inside, you cannot see people like 3 where they are buying ram.
Price of goat is more better than ram because it's not the same price. The demand, now many people are buying ram, not goat. That's why the price is okay. It's not more costly than ram. They still buy ram, but market is low. It started from 60,000 naira upward. Last time we can get goat of 45,000, 50,000 still because of transport. Because one goat now we are paying 4,000 naira each one for travel. Last year we can pay 800 or 1,000 something each goat. For my own side, last year is better. This year market they're very dull. They are complaining bitterly that no money. Some those ones that are doing government work, they say they never received their salary. That's what they are complaining.
I'm in the market now to buy ram for my office. And the price I'm getting here is kind of ridiculous because, I mean, the last year, the price wasn't this high, and we're in the market again. It's crazy. The prices are really crazy. I don't even know what to go back to the office to tell my boss right now. The list price this year is about 700 to 800 for one big ram, actually. The ones are not big, you could actually get one that is not too big for about 450, 500 thereabouts, yeah.
Okay, actually the prices of the ram are quite pricey compared to last year. Based on the sellers, they all put their blame on high cost of transporting them from their source to the market. At the moment, even I'm still bargaining, still getting for like 300. So last year was still pricey, but not as pricey as this. So we are still in the market and we are still exploring.
Seriously, and last year price is different. Last year price is lower than this year. This year price is different. It's too high. Like from example, you see this small ram now. Last year you can buy it 250, maybe 200. But now you are pricing, if you want to sell it for you, is let me say 350, 400, and which is not supposed to be like that. Some people are putting blame on maybe fuel scarcity or fuel price. That is they transport the goods from far to this place. Some from Niger, some from Maiduguri, and all these northern states. They transport them from there to this place. Maybe that's the cost of the price. The one I got here today, one is 250, 280. That is the one I got here, the one of 300. And no, they are very good. They are very good, no problem.
Okay, one buyer said there, we are still exploring. Many Nigerians are exploring the market because you just be going around. When you go here and they tell you the amount that you can't buy, you just go to another place to see if you see a cheaper price as it is. So I understand what he's saying because I go to the markets too. But you've heard it, of course, from people, the ram market, where we expect that a lot of business activity will be going on there, but you've heard even from the sellers and the buyers. I'm being told that perhaps like a big ram goes for 1.5 million in this country. How did we get there? Anyway, let's take a look at the markets. We will begin by telling you that the Nigerian market opened the week with cautious optimism. Of course, yesterday was Monday. The market started the trading week with cautious optimism, I'll call it. While the gains were modest, the signals across asset classes are worth paying attention to. The All-Share Index, as you can see right there, up 0.57%. That's 57 basis points above 251,000 points, pushing the market capitalization to 160.7 trillion naira. So that's the approximation you're seeing there, 161 trillion naira. On the surface, that looks like a stronger market, but the underlying story is far more selective. The big lifts came from heavyweights like Airtel Africa, which gained 10% alongside insurance names like International Energy Insurance, Sovereign Trust Insurance. And so what does that tell us? You know, I like explaining what these numbers mean. So it's not just about reading out numbers to you. What it means is that investors are still hunting for value, particularly in stocks they believe are underpriced or penny stocks, to position themselves to benefit from current economic conditions. But market breadth remained negative. In simple terms, more stocks declined than advanced. And that's important because it also shows that the rally is not broad-based. It's not a full market surge. It's a targeted rotation of capital. Trading activity also painted an interesting picture. Volume traded, where is it? That's it, 629 million. So volume traded dropped by over 11%, but the value of transactions jumped more than 40% to 40.8 billion, as you can see right there. That usually suggests fewer shares were changing hands, but bigger, more institutional money was moving through the market. FCMB led the volume trade. Zenith Bank led value trade at nearly 5 billion naira. And again, this reinforces the strong appetite around banking stocks. Of course, bank's recapitalization is over. Investors are positioning ahead of recapitalization gains expectations. A lot of the banks have also come out with their dividends. In the money market, let's take a look at it. Where is it? In the money market, system liquidity opened very strong at 3.84 trillion naira, and yet funding rates remain elevated with the overnight rate closing above 22%. And that tells you that the CBN's tight monetary conditions are still firmly in place despite liquidity in the system. For the Treasury bills market, it was relatively quiet on Monday. Yields moved higher to about 17%. Investors' appetite remains subdued. Investors are clearly waiting for direction, particularly around inflation. They are clearly trying to take positions around even the MPC decisions and liquidity conditions. The bond market also traded flat on Monday, with the 2035 bond around 17% levels. And again, this speaks to a market that is not cautious but panicking, but not yet fully committed. Let's move to the Eurobonds space, where global sentiment is becoming a bigger factor. Nigeria's Eurobonds were quiet, but geopolitical developments are driving investors' mood globally. The possibility of easing tensions between the United States and Iran helped push oil prices lower, which in turn boosted global equity markets, and that matters for Nigeria. Why? Because Nigeria depends heavily on oil revenue. So when oil prices swing on global politics, it affects FX flows, government revenue, reserves, as well as investors' confidence. Let's take a look at the Naira. I saw that earlier on, where the Naira weakened slightly to 1,374 Naira to $1 at the official window. That's a marginal move, but it still reflects continuing pressure on the currency despite recent reforms. Let's talk about other parts of Africa. There are important developments investors are watching very closely. In Senegal, President Diomaye Faye has appointed a new prime minister, a seasoned economist and former central bank official, Amadou Alié Aminou Lo, in what many see as a strategic move to reassure both local and foreign investors. And you know that this is coming at a very delicate time for Senegal's economy. The IMF recently froze a $1.8 billion lending program after the discovery of misreported debt figures. That is why having transparent numbers actually matter. Where Senegal's debt level now estimated at 132% of GDP, and that has raised serious questions about fiscal transparency, debt management, and investors' trust in one of West Africa's most closely watched economies. That's the president there. The 40-something-year-old president that made news some time ago. So here is why that story matters even beyond Senegal. Global investors are no longer just looking at growth numbers. They are asking harder questions about governance, debt sustainability, policy consistency, and the credibility of economic data across African markets, including Nigeria. So when a country's debt figures come under scrutiny, it doesn't just affect that country, it can shape how investors price risk across the entire region. In Ghana, authorities are also trying to calm the markets, insisting their $14.4 billion reserves are strong enough to meet FX demand despite pressure on the cedi. Yes, I've been watching the cedi closely for a few days. It's been depreciating. Our FX reserves in Nigeria at about $50 billion. You heard it even from the Director of Monetary Policy Department of the Central Bank of Nigeria, whom I spoke with yesterday on the program. So global markets continue to track developments in the Middle East. Hopes of a possible breakthrough in U.S.-Iran talks lifted investor sentiment across Wall Street, Europe, and Asia, while oil prices are remaining volatile. So whether it's debt in Senegal, FX pressure in Ghana, or all volatility driven by global politics, the bigger message is clear that African economies are operating in a very fragile global environment where investors' confidence can shift very quickly. And for Nigeria, that makes policy credibility, fiscal discipline, and economic reform more important than ever. And we'll be looking at that when we come back from the break. My guest will be joining me, Professor Franklin Ungu. He is the Director of Public Sector Initiative at the Lagos Business School. We'll be doing justice to that conversation in the next few minutes. Don't forget to join us on all our social media platforms. That's it on the screen there. Yes, thank you guys. We'll be right back.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is in need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
You're the Director of Monetary Policy Department at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Can you tell me just briefly what your department does for the benefit of our viewers?
Thank you. Monetary Policy Department was created in 2005.
Okay.
Yeah, and the mandate was very clear to ensure proper conceptualization and design of monetary policy framework for the central bank. That's the mandate. So the whole essence of reassessing and assessing monetary policy framework, looking at it and benchmarking it against best global practices and ensuring that it responds to the dynamics of contemporary happenings and developments is the entire mandate of Monetary Policy Department.
right, welcome back to the program. My guest is joining me right now virtually. He is Professor Franklin Unwo. He is the Director of Public Sector Initiative at the Lagos Business School. Good morning, Prof, and it's good to see you again. It's been quite a while. I don't know if we've seen this year.
So let me say Happy New Year, Nancy, and good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Nancy.
Happy New Year in May.
Yes.
Yes. It's okay. It's good to see you. Let's get started. Yes, let's get started with the with the GDP numbers that came out yesterday from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. What's your reading of the latest numbers? 3.89%. If my team can actually put that slide on the screen for us to analyze those numbers very quickly. Some services did not carry the economy, but what's your reading, and to what extent is the gap between nominal and real growth? We're seeing Nigeria's GDP grows 3.89%. So to what extent is the real and nominal growth reflecting? Okay, let me just take your reading before I come up with my technical questions. A lot's in my head right now.
You know, thank you. I think the first thing we're supposed to look at is the GDP figure. Is this something that we can say that we are happy with? The answer is that as of last year, quarter 4, 2005, we grew 4.07, and in 2025 we grew 3.87. So if we grew 4.07 in quarter 4 of 2025, and in quarter 1 of 2026 we are now growing at 3.89, it means that we've declined. And if you also remember that this is the quarter where we've had increasing prices in crude, that is oil, it means that we are supposed to be earning more. If we are earning more, it means that we are supposed to have been plugging more into the economy, into manufacturing, into agriculture, into other sectors of the economy to drive better economic growth. Then if you take into consideration that our population growth is still very high, above 2%, it means that the figure we have is not encouraging. It means that we actually have to go back and sit back and say, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing right? And quickly improve what we are doing. We are not doing well at all. But if the population is growing, we are supposed to be getting more revenue from oil. Somebody said that we are supposed to have received additional 5 trillion naira from oil. Then we've been borrowing as well. But surprisingly, the basic outcome or the basic variable I was supposed to use to check this all that we are doing, which is the GDP, seems to be declining from 4.07 last quarter to 3.89. Is not encouraging.
Okay, the question I actually wanted to ask earlier is, to what extent is the gap between the nominal and real growth reflecting the inflation pass-through rather than genuine productivity concerns? Because if we take a look at the numbers, it grew nominally, at least you will say, oh, the government will go to town to say, oh, GDP grew 3.89% in Q1. But is there a way for us to be able to quantify that in the inflation pass-through in Q1? That's the technical question I said I was asking earlier on.
I think it's something is easy to understand. Okay. Earlier on during your news, during this session, you interviewed some people trying to buy RAM, and many of them were complaining that the price of RAM is ridiculous or is unbelievable. Some of them use different terms. So they said that a big RAM goes for about 1.something million, a medium one about 800, small one about 400, and all of them confirmed that the prices that they are seeing this year way higher than what they got last year. What does it tell you? It means inflation. So whether we say that we are growing nominally in terms of the figure that we are releasing, the layman on the street or the average in Nigeria, what is he experiencing? If you go to buy tomato, if you go to buy pepper, you find out that the prices are increasing. Tomato is about, pepper is about 10,000, 11,000.
Yes, a basket. Yes, you're right.
No, not basket. I'm talking about a small painter of pepper, The same thing with tomato.
Okay, that means it's more expensive in Lagos because that small basket, yes, expectedly, that small basket is 11,000 in Abuja here, at least in a few markets. But in Lagos, expectedly because of transport, logistic cost and all that.
and even population, the demand in labor.
Yes.
So it means that, so if, for instance, you're earning 500,000 naira and you give your wife 100,000 to go and buy something, by the time she comes back, you might actually start quarreling with your wife. Maybe she has used the money for something than what you agreed, because things are very, very, very expensive. You go and buy yam, you buy this, and this is something you are going to consume just for the weekend. So whether we say we are growing nominally in terms of in GDP, or we're going in terms of inflation and all that, the truth of the matter is that we are not doing well. And the way we are going, we need to quickly rethink, because poverty is increasing, unemployment is increasing, debt is increasing, insecurity is increasing. So where else? And of course, so many Nigerians are complaining bitterly that they have never seen it like this. So it's quite confusing that we are borrowing more. We are supposed to be getting more money based on the US-Iran war. We removed subsidy, which means that they're supposed to be saving more money. We are paying more tax now based on the revenue of the government. Surprisingly, the growth outcome that we're expecting in all segments of the economy, in all indicators that are supposed to show that things are going well, there is no positive news from them. So it's it's very concerning.
With the non-oil sector contributing over 96% now of GDP, do you think that Nigeria's growth model, if we're taking a look at it, is becoming more structurally consumption-led rather than production-led? And what are the implications?
Let me go back a little bit. So we've spent about 3 years with the current government. The industrial policy was just announced a few months ago.
Yes.
And since that time, we've not heard anything with regards to the execution. So the question is, what are we producing in Nigeria? So whether the service sector contributes 90-something% and oil sector contributes about 3-point-something%, it shows that there's no productivity. And unless there is serious, committed execution of the industrial policy, turning out in terms of our exports growing, that is outside oil exports, where we are, there is a big problem. Remember that when the president went to UK, some people analyzed it. Even the UK that is very close to us, that we have, we can say, kind of comparative advantage in terms of exporting to them, we are still in serious trade deficit with UK. So if you look around the basket of what we're exporting, it's still basically oil contributes a dominant share, then a little bit of little other things. So it is not the way you grow an economy. So for instance, if there is a serious focus on industrialization, if there is a serious focus on agriculture, and we are now exporting both agricultural produce and maybe light manufacturing, and we are even focusing on to export to Africa and maybe Europe, that because of our closeness to them, and now that even China has given us free zero tariff policy, it means that we are supposed to do well than what we are doing. There is no way we can say that we are growing at 3.89 in first quarter. Last year, 4.07, and the population is growing rapidly. And as I said, based on all that we've done and all the reforms and all that, I'm not impressed.
Mm. If Nigeria's economy grew 3.89% in the first quarter of this year, that's the quarter from January to March. Yes, and we're still seeing that millions of Nigerians are still cutting back on food. You heard earlier on when we went to the market to gauge the pulse, Salah pulse or Salah Ram's pulse, as it were. You heard someone say, that he's exploring the market. And I understand what he means by exploring the market. It's obvious, when you come in, you price one or two places, you can pay. But this way, you just be going around the market in circles to see where you will get the least price. So we're seeing that many Nigerians are still cutting back on food. They are cutting back on basic living costs. Transport is off the roof. Has the economy effectively become disconnected from the lived reality of the average citizens? Because I can imagine Atiku Bagudu, who is the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, he would take this out. You know, the 3.8%, oh, we grew 3.8% in Q1, we are doing well. If you listen to President Tinubu in a few days or anywhere he goes now, they will still say the state. But there's a disconnect between what we're seeing and the lived realities. What do you think, and how should that be solved?
There is no way that people in government can claim that we are doing well when the figures are showing that we grew 4.07 in Q4 of 2025. And then in Q1 of 2026, we are growing 3.89. It's a decline. So if you do 4.07 minus 3.89, you get a positive figure. But if supposing you do the subtraction and get a negative, it means that we are growing. But this time around, it's showing that we are declining. I'm talking about quarter by quarter growth. So, and also, if you speak to average, I've said earlier on, I think on this program, why the reform that we carried out, why they are important. The way it was done was not, can be better. It was not done properly to allow proper sequencing, proper adjustment, proper everything. So, and that is the reason why you find out that things are so expensive. So you devalued the Naira, you floated the Naira, you removed oil fuel subsidy, all at the same time. And of course, after doing that, we didn't follow through with industrialization, attention to industrialization. We didn't follow through by addressing insecurity effectively to allow farmers to return to farm. We had a program for Vanguard, did the economic discourse. And during the discussion, many of the speakers and even the people that came complained bitterly, the farmers complained bitterly that are not doing well at all. And that this year that we are going to experience more poverty, more hunger, more everything. And we asked them the reason why. They said because that the government has opened up the doors for importation of foods. And that means that what they actually invested, they're not able to get it back to motivate them to go back to farming again. We're not talking about insecurity. I'm talking about people, even the few who are able to go to farm. So it means that those that are able to farm, even within security level, are reducing because the incentive to farm has been more or less affected by government policies. Then we now add insecurity. Insecurity means that more people, even if you are willing to go to farm, you will not go because your life is at stake. I have a farm, and anytime I want to go to the farm, I will be targeting and managing situations to know the right time to go in quickly. And once we go in, before 30 minutes, we are told to leave the place. That's not how a country is supposed to be managed. So if, for instance, we targeted insecurity, immediately after the reforms, and targeted industrialization, and called both of them national emergencies, and follow through, the outcome we are having now will not be the same outcome. So, of course, we are following what is going on. When you open the news now, everything we are hearing about is about politics.
Yes, exactly.
This one is winning. This one is winning the ticket. This one is losing the ticket. This one is quarreling. This one is not quarreling. So, for instance, is there any governor that has come out to say, I am campaigning and asking Nigerians to return me because, number one, I have created 1 million jobs in my state over the last 3 years. I have built XYZ number of industries. And these industries have created so number of jobs. I have reduced poverty from 40% to 20% in my state. I have reduced child mortality from 20% to 10%. These are the ways governance is supposed to be.
Okay,
but
Prof,
the situation, yes.
Prof, let me come in here because you're saying quite a lot and I'm writing down so that I can follow your train of thought and ask a few follow-up questions. What you just said is germane. We're already in the political season, or the political season is getting heated than ever. In the next few months, it will even be, let me say, it will be worse or worse. As our Nigerian parents say, it will become worse.
Yes.
Yes. So, and you've made a very important point, which is how many times have we heard these governors come out to say, okay, please return me, guys, because of social things I have done. They will disagree with you. Because some will say, oh, I've done this, I've done that. At what point now, let's leave these people alone. At what point do we as Nigerians now take our destiny in our hands, or our economic destiny in our hands, and say enough is enough? We were told that a few subsidies will be removed and things will be done for us, infrastructure, public health hospitals will be furnished and all of that. And we're not seeing all of that. What should we then do as Nigerians? GDP growth coming out at 3.89%. Oh, the economy is growing, but our lived reality tells us a different story. Yet we see these people living large. The rich is actually getting richer. I don't know if we even still have middle class in Nigeria. So what do we then do as a people?
I think that Nigerians are actually doing all they can do to earn a living, to live decent life. However, you know that this is an ecosystem. So even if I decide that I don't want to talk about government again, I don't want to care what they're doing, the impact of what they're doing will affect me directly or indirectly. So while Nigerians are doing their best, all they are asking is for the government to complement a little bit of what they are trying to do. So most places now, you have a street or you have an estate, you will build your own house, you contribute money to provide the road, you do your own borehole, you take your kids to private school. So you basically do everything. You go to hospital, it's expensive and all that. So, but you cannot continue like that because it doesn't naturally cannot, it's not sustainable. There's supposed to be a complementarity between what you're doing and what the government is supposed to be doing for you. There's supposed to be a kind of partnership, a kind of collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. The government needs to come and do X, Y, Z. So I talked about politics earlier on. So many governors moved from their different parties to APC. And I've asked, what are the criteria? What is the criteria of moving from PDP, Labour Party, APP, Youth Party to APC? We're expecting that for you to move, it's supposed to be based on certain criteria. That for you to move into APC, you've reduced poverty, you created jobs, you increased industrialization, key economic performance indicators. But a situation where there is no assessment, where there is no, remember that before we had the peer review mechanism by Nigerian governors.
Yes.
I've asked them before, so start it all over again. Let's even do this peer review so that we can see what is going on. Maybe, let me say Kaduna, and say, okay, is it the same thing happening in Ekiti State? Is it the same thing that's happening in Abia State? So maybe we are hearing that maybe Governor Alex Otti is doing X, Y, Z. Let's go and verify. If he's doing as reported, why don't other governors copy it and do the same thing in their different states? But a situation where nobody is questioning anything about governance, about outcomes of governance, and all we're talking about is politics and politics and politics, I'm not sure it's the way to govern the country.
Okay.
And I expect the president, as the leader of the country, to say X, Y, Z, that these things can be done differently. We elected the president, the governors, the senators, the House of Reps to improve our lives. So they are supposed to come back to us and say, we've done 3 years. These are the outcomes. This is, you who elected us. This is how we've performed. We know that we've not done well in X, Y, Z, but we've done well in A, B, C, D. And we're asking you to maybe give us more time to do better. But this idea of not questioning anything, I think Nigerians will need to continue to demand, continue to ask, continue to pressure on them, continue to speak and say, this is not the kind of country that we want, and we want a better outcome for all of us.
Okay, Prof, one more question on this GDP numbers just before we move into Nigeria's debt, or Nigeria becoming the third largest global debt of the World Bank's IDA. We're looking at an interesting contradiction that has been there for a very long time. Nigeria, oil is no longer the biggest contributor to our GDP, and it's been like that for a while. But yet, the fiscal system still rises and falls on oil prices. Yes, on crude prices. So is Nigeria running a non-oil economy with an oil-dependent government? And how far can we go with this?
You just took me back to what I said earlier on. So why other sectors are contributing, like agriculture, like services, so let's broadly divide them into non-oil and oil. So why they are contributing and growing, in terms of revenue, our major source of revenue is still oil. Is it sustainable? No, it's not sustainable, because oil is a depleting asset. And of course, with the way the global economy is going, in terms of people now asking that we do more of ESG, sustainability, climate issues, and all that, it means that the demand for oil will start going. I'm sure in the streets of Abuja, just as we have in Lagos, there's increasing number of electric vehicles. So it's coming. A lot of people are also moving into solar. A lot of people are also moving into renewable energy. So it means that gradually, the demand for oil will continue to go down. However, what we are supposed to do is that what we are presently running in terms of non-oil sector, contributing more to GDP, opens up immense opportunities for us to say, it means that these areas, agriculture, for example, that employs majority of Nigerians, that if we do well, if we focus more on this sector, we can do a lot more. I've said on this program that either Malaysia or Indonesia made about $12-something billion from palm oil in one single year. India made so much from coconuts. These are economic trees. But the question then is, how are we in Nigeria focusing on these non-oil sectors in terms of properly supporting them to grow the way we grew the oil sector? That the oil sector is our main source of revenue. So how can we flip it to now say, okay, but in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 3 years, we want agriculture and manufacturing to be our major source of revenue. And then oil as revenue can now be a complement, as the case may be. So that's supposed to be a kind of vision we're supposed to be driving in the country. And of course, as the federal government is doing it, so the state governments are supposed to also be focusing on it. The idea of governors all waiting to go to Abuja every month to get federal allocation and said, we have money from federal government, that idea and that period is passing, and we're supposed to be focusing on something that's more productive and more sustainable than what we are doing at the moment.
Prof, if we take a look at Nigeria's debt, of course the news came out. In fact, the issue of our debt has been in the news for the last two weeks. Our public debt is at 159 trillion as of December 2025, according to the DMO. Nigeria now accounts roughly for 8% of World Bank's IDA. That's 8% of the loan portfolio. Does this level of exposure raise concerns about over-dependency on multilateral financing for fiscal stability? Then number two, earlier on during my intro, I did talk about we are living on borrowed money, aren't we?
We are living on borrowed money. You are right. Because even if you look at it, when the current government came in, as when PMB, that's President Buhari, left office, we are owing about 40-something trillion. But in 3 years' time, our debt has moved from about 44 trillion to now 159 trillion. When you move it into dollars, it's almost about around $11 billion. I'm not sure it's the way to go. Let me also clarify, there is nothing wrong in borrowing. But you have to borrow for productive activities. And if the government is borrowing for productive activities, we are supposed to be seeing the outcomes in our level of productivity, in our level of exports, in our level of job created, in the level of poverty decline, and other variables of economic performance. But a situation where we've borrowed, the present government has borrowed over 100 trillion in 3 years. And at the same time, all the economic indicators are heading south. At the same time, we removed fuel subsidy. At the same time, we have the Iran-US-Israeli war, which suggests that we are earning more money based on oil that we're exporting. The way we are going is quite concerning. In the 2026 budget, it's reported that deficit alone will almost crowd out capital projects. So you find out that every year, the deficit seems to be increasing on yearly basis. It started when President Buhari took over, and will continue in that direction. And now, even sometimes in a year, so currently, we have some people will argue that we have 2024 budget, 2025 budget, 2026 budget, all in operation. And when you ask some people in government, they say that the reason is because that some of the funds that are expected that we want to use to execute some of the projects, like, for example, 2024, that they have not received it, or in 2020, they have not received it. And that is why the president extended the execution of the previous budget. I can't remember the dates now, and all that. So it's not the way, I keep emphasizing, it's not the way to govern. It's not the way to run the economy. So the answer to your question is not sustainable. Remember that IDEA is more or less a concessionary loans. So it's only when the market loans are very expensive, you go to IDEA, you go to World Bank to get soft.
Pakistan.
Exactly. I mean, how can the giant of Africa
betraying behind?
How can oil-rich nation like Nigeria? How can we, with all the assets that we have, non-oil assets, and we are trailing behind? We're just borrowing money.
Prof, let me now come in, especially with just what you said, in terms of the giant of Africa and the kind of resources we have, the kind of market model that we are using. Do you think it has served us? Now, let me situate my question from what you said. For example, China uses state-owned enterprises as instrument for national economic expansion. Chinese government has stakes in companies like Hisense, Xiaomi, the phone, and all those kind of companies. Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund also drives domestic transformation. I can go on and on. Qatar, for example, owns certain investments across the world. Nigeria, we have assets in oil, we have assets in power, we have assets in all of that. Yet we are the giant of Africa. Do you think we should start rethinking the model? Because the thinking around government is that, government does not do business, so government does not do business. Norway, I will also talk about Norway. Because if you say, other countries are like Arab countries and co, Norway has a sovereign wealth fund that invests and make money. Norway's sovereign wealth fund, I think, is $2.2 trillion. That's a country that has oil. Should we begin to rethink our economic model? And for those of you that are professors of economics, government does not do business. I don't agree with you now.
No. The thing, Nancy, that, sometimes in Nigeria, we are reactive in the sense that, if you remember, some years back, we had many companies owned by the government.
Yes.
We had Nigerian Airways. We had NATO.
No, we're not saying that they should do business 100%.
I'm coming. Just
yes,
give me a few minutes.
Like the NLNG model, for example.
I'm coming. So you find out that nobody is questioning whether government has a role in doing business. Government has a role. What we are saying that based on remember that also we implemented what we called import industrialization substitution. That is ISI. And now we have what we call, some people say that it's not working. Let's change the policy. So what I'm trying to say is that we don't have the capacity for effective management of public resources. It's not there in Nigeria. And the reason, the way to know is when you look at key governance indicators, like rule of law, regulatory quality, government effectiveness, voice and accountability, control of corruption. You understand? So any country you see, any of these countries you've counted now, just Google their performance in these key governance indicators. You see that they are doing well. They are, and it's consistent in terms of what they're doing. But any country you see, and you look at rule of law, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, and all that, and they are doing badly the way Nigeria is doing, once you say government should manage some public resources, You know, there is this moral hazard in managing government resources.
Perhaps it's a Nigerian phenomenon, or because the leaders know what to do and they are not doing it right, not because the model is faulty.
No, the model is not faulty.
Yes.
But of course, you know, for you to adopt a model, context matter. So the context to where you're applying it matter a lot. So I went somewhere, I was wearing a suit, and I went somewhere in Lagos. One lady called me and said, bros, we know they wear this kind of clothes for this area for Lagos. So I had to remove my suit, remove my tie, and fly my shirt, and adjust it to the environment. I hope I bought banana, I started eating banana on the road so that I would just blend with the environment. So if we are copying a model and say that we are doing it in Norway, this is how they do it in this is how they do it, then will it work based on our peculiarities in Nigeria? The answer is no.
Prof, hold on.
The right way, yes.
This is business, you know, and we're having this conversation. I wish it can continue because we've come to the end of the program. Because I would have done a tug of war with you on this, you know, on this. Yes. But I understand what you are saying. When you go to Rome, behave like the Romans. But that does
what I'm trying to say that what Nigerian government is supposed to do is to enable business, enable the private sector to run business. So if you look at the banking sector, look at the telco sector.
Shouldn't the government? Okay, we have our NSIA. When last did you hear about NSIA? For example, that's what I'm saying.
I follow what NSIA is doing. But what they're not managing the businesses. They're enabling and supporting the businesses. They're investing in certain businesses, and that's what they are supposed to be doing. Look at the banking sector. Look at the transport sector. Look at the transport sector. Look at the aviation sector.
Can enable the NSIA to invest even in order. We can go and buy. There are governments that have shares in all these big football clubs.
There is no problem with buying shares, Nancy. What I'm saying is that government should not run the businesses.
No, I'm not saying government should run it. They are not running it. No, China, for example, is not running high.
We cannot invest. No, we cannot invest when we are borrowing money. It's only when people raise money.
I wish we could continue this conversation. It's actually getting more interesting, but we've got to go. I hope I will have you soon. Yes, I hope I'll have you soon because you talked about some things that are very important. We are moving we are already in the election period, or the political season is getting heated. We're having our Democracy Day soon and all of that. So I hope we'll speak soon. Have a fantastic day, Prof.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've been speaking with Professor Franklin Ngwu, who is the Director of Public Sector Initiative at the Lagos Business School. That's the much we can take on today's edition of the program. Enjoy your holiday, everyone. We'll see you at the other side of the holiday. And let's go and do our own holiday too. Let's rest. But I'll see you all again after the holiday. I think at the top of the hour or very soon on this channel, you will be watching the ADC declaration of results and announcement of winners that will go on here in Abuja. I am Nancy Naji. Be the best you can be, but the change that you want to see. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to The Teacher. I am your host, Joe Dowda. On today's episode, permit us to skip the Teacher of the Week segment as we go straight to the short documentary to set the agenda for conversation as we focus on the vital pillar of national development, which is restoring the premium value of the teaching profession.
Every profession has a beginning. Doctors begin in classrooms. Engineers begin in classrooms, treated as a prestigious career. In many societies, respect is closely tied to income because teachers are often underpaid. Their work is mistakenly seen as less valuable. Low salaries send a powerful message that shaping minds matters less than generals. It is a failure to recognize our own dependence on education because, in the end, a society that undervalues its teachers is a society that undervalues its future.
In Nigeria, education remains central to economic growth, social stability, and global competitiveness. Yet, questions continue to arise about whether our teachers are adequately supported, compensated, and professionally valued. Teachers' salaries in many states remain below the earning of comparable public sector professionals with similar qualifications. These statistics are not presented as criticism, but as context for constructive dialogue. Joining us via Zoom is the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State, Professor Abayomi Arigbabu. Prof, you're welcome to The Teacher.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, if actions speak louder than words, it is clear that Ogun State cares about education. In fact, some people have described the state as the education capital of Nigeria. From your perspective, not just as a professor, but as the incumbent Commissioner of Education of Ogun State, how is the value of teachers reflected in current state policy?
Thank you very much. I want to say that education, like you rightly mentioned, for us in Ogun State, education is given the prime of place. I would believe that this state is the education capital of Nigeria. There is no doubt about it. When you even look at our pedigree, I mean, Ogun State is part of Southwest Nigeria, and Southwest Nigeria was where free education started during the time of our father, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And what Southwest Nigeria was to Nigeria at that time, Ogun State is to the entire Nigeria. I'll tell you that for free. This administration believes that education needs revitalization in the state, despite the fact that we say we're in the leadership position, but there is a need for us to, assess ourselves and review things. So we saw that there was a need for us to revitalize education. We came up with what we call the Ogun State Educational Revitalization Agenda, OGSERA for short. That OGSERA has 6 pillars, probably some maybe along the line I'll talk about it. But to quickly answer your question, the 6th pillar of OGSERA, that's the Ogun State Educational Revitalization Agenda. The 1st pillar looks at curriculum. The 2nd one is on school management. The 3rd one is on technology and innovation. The 4th one is on infrastructure. The 5th one is on revenue and funding. And the 6th one is on teachers and student welfare. That 6th pillar, that is where teachers' welfare is actually given priority. That is where we show that we value teachers, and that is where we demonstrate the priorities we give to teachers in this state. We believe that no amount of infrastructure you put in place, no amount of curriculum rejigging or maybe realignment or whatever you put in place, no amount of technology initiative you put in place, they cannot succeed without competent teachers. So because of that, we actually invest a lot on teacher recruitment, This is an institution that has recruited 6,000 teachers now to fill teacher vacancies in our schools, and also to reduce the pressure on those ones that are in school presently. So, I mean, when you talk of how you value teachers, you need to put all this into consideration.
How do you balance the limitation of funds with the need for improved teacher welfare? How do you balance that? Because I'm sure nobody has, even your state, with all your desire for educational excellence, you don't have all the funds you need. How do you balance that issue with your passion, let's say, for teacher welfare? How do you do that?
No nation, no organization, no individual can say they will have all the necessary financial, wherewithal, the financial resources to actually maybe do whatever set for themselves. So, as a state, we need to actually prioritize. There is no way you have all. You prioritize. You try to also block leakages. See areas where you can maybe use technology to leverage on whatever we want to do, and also look for partnerships. On Oxera that I mentioned, there is a pillar there, which is revenue and funding. On that revenue and funding, which is the fifth pillar, there is an aspect of it which we call Adopt a School program. In other words, we encourage participation of individuals, of organizations, of corporate bodies. Some can adopt a school fully, or they can adopt part of the school. Okay. Apart from that, we also have parents. We are encouraged to participate. Alumni, that is the all student associations, they are also encouraged to partner with government in achieving what we have set for ourselves.
As somebody will say, money is always the main issue. But we'll take a break. Bayomi Arigbagu, the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State. And if you have been following us so far, he has been saying a lot of things. I personally liked what he said about the Adopt a School initiative. Prof, can you expatiate about this Adopt a School initiative? Even if it sounds like charity, what possible benefits can there be for any organization? That's one. And then can somebody outside, or an institution outside Ogun State, adopt a school in Ogun State? Two questions in one.
Thank you very much. The Adopt a School program is not just something on paper. It has actually started. Okay. We have a group in the US, they call them BRG, that is Beyond Remittances. That group said, beyond just remitting funds home, people in diaspora, they send money home. So they call themselves BRG, Beyond Remittances. They actually adopted one of our schools, and they are working with us on the Shimawa High School in Remo. We have another school in Ijebu, in Agowe. They call it Omo Edumare Primary School, Model Primary School is there, and a number of others. So we encourage people to do that. You can adopt a whole school. In other words, you partner with us and you just write a letter, tell us the intention. Let's see the framework of what you want to do. We fine-tune it together. And like in the case of Omo Edumare, if you enter that school, you think you have just entered a primary school, maybe in the United States or maybe Europe. So, I mean, that's in Agowe for that matter. So if you go to Shimawa, the adoption is in form of intervention at the level of teaching and learning, partnering with us in ensuring that those learners are supported through extra coaching class. They buy bags for them, they buy books for them, they even arrange some private teachers for them. They give them summer coaching. At the time, they try to introduce a bit of technology. Partnering with us with what government is doing in that school. And the intention is to measure the impact of all this maybe in another 1 year or so. So, you see, individuals can come in through that form and actually take over, the entire school in terms of physical structure, everything. Government will still continue to pay the teachers fee because that's actually is an heavy budget.
Now, with the current economic realities impacting not just teachers, but virtually everybody knows what is going on. Don't you think, or do you think it is time for maybe some salary review or some special welfare package for teachers, or are you already doing that?
Nobody, for me, I would say anybody who has the interest of this country at heart would clamor for special remuneration for teachers. I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility. At times, people tend to say that teachers are not well paid, like their counterparts in the ministries, their counterparts in other sectors. Apart from the private sector, if you work in the public sector, it's not as if their counterparts will be earning more than them. If somebody is on level 8, they're getting your level 8. But if you are talking of other things, maybe people who are in the office have access to people coming around to give them gifts and so on. But of course, people do give teachers gifts also. But talking in terms of their remuneration, I strongly believe that there is the need for teachers to be better remunerated. In other words, if I have my way, if somebody finishes as a degree holder in education, you have BSc, honors education degree, and you have to teach. If other counterparts are on level 8, teachers should start from level 10. That will make teaching attractive to very good graduates.
Yeah.
Very good graduates. I mean, if somebody finishes from the university, if you ask them, even when I go around, I get to schools, I maybe talk to them and I say, how many of you want to be engineers? You see many raising up their hand. How many want to be doctors? How many want to be lawyers? And so on. How many want to be teachers? At times you don't see anybody. At times you just want to do. Let me tell you, one of the areas we need to address to make sure that teaching profession is given the right pride of place and that teachers will continue to do their best is to, professionalizing of education, teaching is one hand. Continuous development of for teachers is also important. But the status and recognition of teachers is very important. We need to give them that status that is probably higher than what their contemporaries in other professions will have. Because there is no profession without a teacher. If you are a lawyer, you need a teacher to teach you. So I say that if I have my way, I will give teachers better salary than any other profession. Because whether you like it or not, every profession will need a teacher.
True.
For the profession to continue. If you are a lawyer, a good lawyer, you need to produce another good lawyer for us to continue to have good lawyers. And to produce another lawyer, you need a teacher to teach law. If it's engineering, there should be a teacher of engineering to teach engineering. Medicine, you need somebody to teach that medicine. So when that person stands in front, it might be a medical doctor, but when you stand in front of people and you are teaching them, you are a teacher. So anybody that is involved in teaching, in other words, teaching from the elementary level, most elementary level, to the university level, should be given a pride of place.
True.
And then the only way you can make teaching attractive and you can make teachers satisfied and to be happy to do the work is to give them something that can enhance their status and also something that will make them better recognized in the society. In those days, the recognition given to teachers, the status given to teachers, people will say that children should go and live with teachers because teachers were well respected.
Now that we are discussing about this, Prof.
Your ability to put to pay for what you buy, your ability to be able to dip your hand in your pocket and do the needful if there is something within the family.
Now that we are discussing these welfare issues, what progress has your state made, Ogun State, in the full implementation?
As a state,
in the full implementation of TSS.
Education is on concurrent legislative list, and when we say it's on concurrent legislative list, what it means is that federal government makes laws on education, state governments also make laws, but there are things that are actually the preserve of the federal government. But when we talk of curriculum, for instance, curriculum it's the same curriculum we are using, and some other things are actually in the purview of various states to improve the standard of education. So for us, apart from making sure we pay them promptly, we are not paying less than whatever any state is paying to teachers in this country. Then also, we have reward system for our teachers. If you monitor the news, about 3 weeks ago, or probably a month ago, the best teacher in Nigeria that was that got award during teachers conference in Abuja, which was actually presented by the First Lady. The best teacher in Nigeria came from Ogun State.
Wow! Congratulations,
teachers. Yes. Francis Shola. He was given 80 million naira, 30 million for being the best teacher in Southwest, and 50 million for being the best teacher in Nigeria. Wow. And Governor Zulu, that was present at that occasion, gave him a brand new Toyota Corolla. The car has been delivered. Our governor gave him a 2-bedroom bungalow. That same teacher has already emerged in our state as the best teacher in Ogun State during what we call the Dapo Abiodun Teachers Award. We do that every year. It's one of the things we put in place to encourage our teachers. We have a number of awards and programs to encourage our teachers beyond their salary. So those are the things we put in place, because salary is important, but we put other things in place. Also, don't forget, I talked about the digital initiatives that we have, which has reduced the burden on the teachers. For instance, when they finish marking, they just upload their scores, and the system will actually do every other thing for them. Students can have their results through the electronic dossier. We don't print report sheet. There is no paper report sheet in Ogun State since about 5 years ago. So students go online and get their results, and teachers and the parents can see the results of their learners from anywhere in the world. So, like I tell people, the era of Yamopa's Enrology Academy has gone forever in Ogun State since more than 5 years ago. So, because if a student, if you fail, you cannot deceive your parents. They can go online and check this result, and they monitor your progress. So our teachers have also been empowered through training regularly to make sure that they are happy with what they are doing. We have lessened what they do also by giving them an artificial intelligence powered platform for them to deliver teaching and learning.
Okay, so now, what do you think teachers should be involved in curriculum discussion when curriculums are being designed, and then when educational reform is being discussed? Should teachers be part and parcel of such discussions?
Exactly. Teachers should be involved. Teachers, we should use what we call the bottoms-up approach. A situation whereby those who are in the coalface, the teachers are the ones in the coalface. They are the ones in the classroom. They are the ones that teach every day. They see the students, they relate with the students. Yes, you start with them and then take it up to another level, and then to another level. You bring in experts to work with them, so that when you are bringing out the curriculum, it will be something that is based on realities. It will be something that is based on their own experiences, which they will have expressed. We cannot leave everything in their hands. I mean, there are people who are also maybe professors in this field who have done a lot of research. But we need to match practice and research. You know, the reality and research. At times, you do research, certain things are happening. If you don't even interact with the people in the coalface, you'll probably not be able to give the appropriate remedy to whatever situation you have found. So there should be a synergy where everybody in the education sector is involved. Teachers in the classroom, administrators, because when you even talk about teaching us, there are things that have to do with the administration, not necessarily what goes on in the classroom itself. So administration, maybe researchers, professors in the universities and research institutes, and all these bodies like the Nigeria Education Research and Development Council, and then various other bodies that can actually put in one thing or the other to improve whatever we have, what we put in place.
Yes, Mr. Honorable Commissioner, I must confess to you that I am impressed with the things you are doing in Ogun State for teachers. So would you describe Ogun State teachers as happy and as prestigious? They feel prestigious teaching. Would you describe them as such? Even though generally we see teachers as a low-level career. What do you think about Ogun State teachers?
Well, though I missed some parts of the question, but I think what you asked was that will I say our teachers are happy?
Yes.
Yes. I'll tell you that Ogun State teachers are happy. You will see that the type of crisis some states face with their schools, with their teachers, we don't have that type of crisis here. You hardly find our teachers going on strike. You hardly find workers generally in Ogun State. It has been very, very peaceful and harmonious. Because of all these things we have put in place, particularly, everything is not money at hand. You also have in place things that look at their welfare, that take care of their welfare. We talk about continuous training and retraining for them. We talk about things that make their workload less. There are only a few states in Nigeria as we speak that have either employed or are employing teachers. When you employ more teachers, you are easing the burden on those who are in school.
True.
If I'm a teacher in school and I'm teaching 40 periods in a week, if you employ another teacher to teach the same subject, then it will now be 20-20. So when you give me 20 hours instead of the 40 hours I was taking before, you have not given money directly, but you have actually given money indirectly because you have lessened my load, and that will go on to affect my welfare, my health. I will spend less on maybe trying to maintain my health. You see, also the training and retraining we do for them. When you train a teacher, the training you give to him, if the teacher is leaving your school, you are not going to scrape it off his head. It's for him. Those who have learned things that has to do with technology, with artificial intelligence, with maybe all these modern tools of teaching, we train them on what we call the PSI, that is Progressive Mathematics Initiative, Progressive Science Initiative, which was actually delivered by the NJCTL, New Jersey Center for Teaching and Learning. It was a big project through which we train our teachers. Those who have participated in it, they are so happy, and we are now doing what we call cascade. They are training. Those ones were the trainers. They are now doing training of those who have done training of the trainers. Those ones are now training their colleagues. Yes. So that thing is actually percolating, and because of that, our teachers are actually happy because they go for meetings, they go for conferences, they meet themselves, they compare notes, and they see that State is not doing badly at all.
30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to just send a message to teachers out there.
Yes, I want to say that teachers should see themselves as the most important segment of this society, even if they are not valued now. I want them to look beyond whatever is happening presently. Because if you talk about a country and you say the government is probably not doing well or is doing well and so on, it is because we have people who are managing that position who are doing well or not doing well. So which means the teachers are the ones that will produce those who will be in government. So there is no country that can rise beyond the quality of its teachers. And that's why I say Nigeria as a country should invest on its teachers so that we can actually have the right type of people to man this country and fix this country.
Congratulations to Teacher Francis, who won 80 million and a car and all of that. Thank you to Professor Abayomi for his insights. In fact, we found it very, very useful, and I'm sure you enjoyed it too. Education is not solely about infrastructure or curriculum. It is also about people. Teachers remain the most important in-school factor influencing student achievement. Supporting them is not an expense, it is an investment. Constructive dialogue, sustainable policy, and measurable commitments will determine how effectively we reposition the teaching profession for the future. To every teacher watching, your contribution is seen, and it matters deeply. Thank you to our guests, and thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Joe Dauda.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. To always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be a model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
There is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil.
Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it.
Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know. It is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
Now let's make our children do stuff. During the holiday, let's not just spoon feed them. Let's not just make them play all around. Yes, there are summer schools, yeah, there are boot camps and all of that. Yes, we know that due to the insecurity issues, we really cannot let children go to certain places, but we can begin to groom them, teach them, give them age-appropriate vocational skills to do. They can learn to make beads, they can learn to cook, they can learn to bake, they can learn to monogram, to do stuff. They can begin to do coding and all of that. That way we are teaching them to be responsible. Let's even help our kids to begin to make monies. When they start making money, no matter how much it is, with that, they know that they can actually do stuff for themselves. They know that they can begin to save money. They know that they can begin to do stuff. And that way, we begin to train them to achieve much. They become winners. Because when they have little successes, they go for more. They know that, yes, I can do this. They know that I can actually achieve much. So, to all mothers out there, don't spoon-feed that child. Help your child to be independent. Good parenting, pari-passu nation building cannot be overemphasized. Everything begins from the family setting. You say we have bad leaders. Yes, we have bad parents. Now, when you have parents who do not pay attention, who, if a child is just to be left to house helps, staff, who you are not sure of their values, before you know it, the same values will be passed across to the kids. And before you know it, it will transcend, it will grow with them, and before you know it transcends. Okay, for instance, a househelp who really cannot speak well, or who grew up in a funny setting, who just speaks and peoples, and you leave that same child, you leave your child with the househelp. Very soon, the househelp will teach your child how to tell lies, how to cut corners, and of course, if a child grows up that way, you would. When you get into government position, you tell all the lies that needs to be told. You embezzle all the money that needs to be embezzled, and that's just the way it is. But when parents pay attention, yes, it's difficult. We have working parents now. Everybody is busy. But when you pay attention to your child, you give them all the love and attention they need. Number one, they won't need to get it from the wrong people. They will not need to get it from the wrong places. Then you are sure that those values, there used to be a time where parents would sit their children out at night and tell them all those folklores where they'll teach them values and all of that. That is gradually being eroded because everybody is getting busy. We need to make money. But if we say that Nigeria is not where it needs to be, it starts from the home. Are you adequately parenting your child? Then if you are not, what do you expect that child will do when that child gets into a position of authority? It's alarming how even in campuses, when I was in University of Lagos, I didn't collect bursary once because there were a set of people who were always embezzling the bursary. Where did they get that from? They had not gone into the world yet. They were just coming from home. So it starts from there. Let's teach our children the right values. Let's not cut corners. When we are giving contracts to do, if we do it well, when we have to turn down jobs, when we refuse to give bribes and our children can see it, they would always pick up the same values, and it would definitely transcend to the larger society.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Now, my journey into motherhood, like every other person, began with giving birth to my daughter. But I guess I had to take it a notch higher, and I had to really put on my responsibility cap. In 2012, June, a plane crashed and my husband went to be with the Lord. Now, being faced with, I had a lot of stuff looking at me. I had bills to pay. My daughter was 15 months. Okay, and you know, in this part of the world, a lot of things go down when a man dies and all of that. So I told myself it was OYO. Yes, I had the support of friends, family, but truth be told, people cannot do everything for you, and it's only a matter of time. People get tired if you become a burden to them. So I told myself, I decided that I was going to work. After all, I used to work. I just, quote and unquote, got laid back after I got married. I married an exceptional man, a beautiful man who attended to my needs. So before he died, I was a domestic engineer. I was just chilling and enjoying my life, basically. But since he was gone, I told myself it was time to do stuff. I first began to import and sell shoes. That didn't go so well because it really wasn't my turf. Then I decided to go back to makeup artistry. I trained as a makeup artist while in school, but after a while, it wasn't going down well with me because for me, the crux of it has been to be I told myself I was never going to be a regular mom who would leave the house at a regular Lagos mom that leaves the house at 5 a.m. and she doesn't get back to 11, 10 a.m. That's not what I wanted for me, especially since I had a peculiar situation that it was just me and my daughter. I told myself that nobody else was going to raise her, because really nobody can raise your child just the way you want it. So for me, business was it. But the life of a makeup artist is a very mobile one. After a while, I just told myself this wasn't working anymore. But at that stage, I really didn't exactly know what to do. And being a Christian, I know that you can never go wrong when you ask God. That's exactly what I did. But while I was still trying to figure out what it is God would have me do, I did not just sit back. I decided to get better. I attended Faith Foundation. It's a school for entrepreneurs. There, I learned how to effectively run a business. I did AEP, that's Aspiring Entrepreneurship Program. Towards the end of it, I got specific instructions to attend a catering school, and voila, that's how I stumbled into destiny. I began to bake and cater. Soon after that, I began to bake and cater. It started slowly. Running a business, especially in a densely populated industry like the cake making one, was tough. You know, you have where people just want to have testers, where people think you're not good enough, and where you also know you are not so good enough, you're not so good anyways. So for one, I had to improve myself. I told myself that I can't just sit down and expect people to give me work if you know that you're not so good. So I chose to go intern with someone, and I would say this everywhere I go. Mama Lash of T-Lash Cakes, God bless your heart. In the early days when I really didn't have money to pay for internship, she took me on and trained me for free. She showed me the ropes for 2 months. I attended her place. She left nothing out. You know, even encouraged me. There's a time I had to do a job that I didn't even have the appropriate pan. She gave me her pan to use and all of that. And soon things got better. I also have been fortunate to entered strategic partnerships, and which every person out there, if you are trying to run a business and it's not working, don't think you can do things alone. You need to reach out to people, get to the right people who would lead you, who would actually lead, show you the way and teach you what to do. So I began to partner with Deal Day. I did deals at a discount, and soon people began to know me. Another thing, throughout the time from the day I began to bake, I ensured I didn't cut corners. I would even give more than a client requested for, because this is one industry where you need the referrals, where you need people to actually give a good feedback and all of that. And if people do not know you, once they know you and you are good, they'll tell somebody else, and that's it. You can't, for people who think you can do business and do it anyhow, it's a big lie, you know. So for me, things began to grow. We began to grow, and with time, God has been good to me. Also, Izine Okonkwo of Dewdrops, she reached out to me at a stage and she helped me to perfect the art of sugar crafts. She trained me for free in her finishing school, and things have gotten better like that. Yes, I've had to work really hard. There are times when, in the early days, I would bake, I would decorate, I would cover, I would deliver, I would do the washing up. I would also have to attend to my child, do school runs, come back, and all of that. There were times when it seemed like, well, are you sure I'll be able to do this? But I stayed there and I stuck in. And right now, 3 years down the line, I can say that people ask me, when people ask me, so how long have you been in the industry? And I say I started 2014, and they're looking at me like, and you've gone this far. Because I chose to be diligent, I chose to stay in, and I knew that God has got my back, so there is no turning back. So raising my child, running a business, being an inspiration to people. People have said, I don't know, people have said that I've been an inspiration to them, because I chose not to allow my situation be a reason for me to throw a pity party. I chose to take my life my destiny into my hands. I chose to be the best, and not just be the best, but inspire other people, to reach out to other people. So that's exactly how it is for me. I know there are so many of you out there who might have gone through similar experience, or worse or less, and you think that life has stopped. Really, that's just another chapter. And you can take your life by the horn, take the bull by the horn. Be the best, do what you need to do. If you need to further your education, do just that. If you need to take a training, do just that. Get better, and things will definitely get better. You can't afford to wait for people to just give you handouts. They'll take your dignity, they'll take your respect. Today, I can look anybody in the eye and say, so what is it? You know, that kind of thing. My daughter, and most of all, My daughter is proud of me. Nothing beats that when your child is your greatest fan. When your child can actually say, I love my mom is this, my mom is that. Even, yes, I'm a lawyer, I'm a trained lawyer, even if I'm not practicing. When my classmates who are, for me, I tell them they're the big lawyers and they're actually saying, oh yeah, I envy you, you're doing so well, you're running a lot of stuff. I'm like, that kind of thing. I'm like, me that I'm not speaking big English and we're carrying and doing all those things. My normal, I wear my jeans, my shirts, and all of that. And you guys are envying me. Now I must be doing something good. And most of all, the fact that I could touch lives, people who I do not know, send me messages and say, I was almost giving up, I was almost throwing in the towel, I was almost settling for less, and reading your story has shown me that I can actually be the best and all of that. So that has been so rewarding to me. Like I said, exceptional mom, I don't know, but I am just a mom who's doing the best she knows how to raise her child and just take on her world. To every woman out there, always remember that you are exclusively in charge of your destiny. Your rising and your falling lies with you. Nobody is against you. In the same vein, know that nobody can champion your cause like you. Before anybody will support you, you need to have a dream. You need to have something that people can support. Have you stopped living? Are you just moving with the tide? Okay, you've gotten married, now you're a mother, so there's nothing more to you than just raising that child. What exactly did you propose to do with your life? What exactly do you want to achieve? When you have sorted that question and found your purpose, then you can move forward. Now, on supporting each other, people often say that women are the enemies of themselves, but I beg to differ. It depends on who you choose to align with, and it depends on what you choose to do. We actually now have a network of women who work together. I belong to NEW. It's a network of women entrepreneurs. We're like sisterpreneurs and we help ourselves. But the truth of the matter is, if you really do not stand for anything, nobody's going to buy into your dream. But for every woman out there, support your fellow woman. Nobody's going to take your shine. Nobody's going to take your star. I actually go out of my way to help my fellow sisters. I go out of my way to ensure that every woman out there is lifted. Because when the woman is lifted, the entire society is lifted. So, whatever field you belong to, reach out to other women around you. Whatever it takes to help that woman around you. If you see a fellow woman who is doing something wrong, you can correct her in love, or you could show her the ropes. I have had a lot. I have had the goodness of so many women reaching out to me. Yes, I won't cease to mention Mama Lash, Omobalanle Akinosho of T-Lash Cakes. She showed me the ropes when I started in this industry. In that time when I really didn't have the money to go pay for internship, she took me on for free. I interned with her for 2 months, and she showed me the ropes free of charge. That's a woman helping another woman. So I tell everyone that women actually reach out to each other. Then my mentor, Izine Okonkwo of Dewdrops, I went through her finishing school free of charge, and she reached out to me. She didn't know me from Adam, but she read my story somewhere and she reached out to me. And since then, my cake making story has forever changed. But the truth is, like I said before, you must be doing something. People must see that you are passionate about something, that you have a dream. Nobody wants to just invest in nothing. When it is obvious that you have a passion, when people say, I don't have capital, I don't have this, I don't have that, I say, hogwash. I have reached out to several women, offered to train them for free, and they call and tell me, actually, I don't have where to keep my child, or it is too far, or something. For those who say I don't have where to keep my child, I actually tell you, okay, bring that child. I work from my home. There's always somebody who can attend to your child, and I'm offering to train you for. I actually have 2 people who, till today, they have not shown up. One says our place is too far, or so, hello. That's why I say some women just want people to give them handouts. They think that because I'm a woman, it's just the responsibility of everyone else to take care of me. Hello, ma, it's not so. Even the Bible says, yes, I always talk about the Bible, that a virtuous woman buys fields from the proceeds of her work, which means that you are supposed to be doing something actually. It's not the man's place alone to bear the financial burden. It's not just a man's place to buy properties and to do all of that. A virtuous woman can actually do that. So what exactly is it that you are doing? So if you are expecting people to just, help your helplessness, it's not going to happen. People would only help you when you are doing something. And women actually, we help each other. It's not like before. But no woman is going to invest in nothing. We are nurturers. We nurture stuff when we see it happen. So you want someone to nurture you, don't go cap in hand and be all beggarly. Show forth what you are doing. If you want someone to support your business, what have you started doing? I won't support somebody I won't put my money into a business that you haven't put your own 1 naira into it. I need to see what exactly you're doing first. Then I know how to come in. Then I know that you are serious and it's not just another way for you to, these days everybody's looking for how to embezzle money one way or the other. People say they are doing all sorts of ventures just to get money and to take up money. But women out there, do something. There's always there are so many people out there, so many agencies who are actually looking for people to empower. But are you empowerable? Are you ready to pay the price for success?
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
That term widowhood, I don't exactly like to use it. I choose to say to all Jehovah's divas out there, yes, I know how it is. I know what it feels like to think that your sense of identity has been taken. It seems like your mountain, your world has caved in. It seems like nobody's exactly responsible for you. It seems like everybody's trying to take advantage of you. It seems like you are wondering how you're going to tend the kids, how you're going to live out there. First things first, know that you are loved. Know that you are special. I look in the mirror and I tell myself every day, it takes a lot for God to trust you, to take away your mountain and know that you will still stand. So know that you are very special. Know that God loves you so much. Know that God trusts you. And since He trusts you, please do not fall His hand. Yes, it's tough. But in you lies the capacity to raise your children. In you lies the capacity to forge ahead with your life. You may have been like me. You weren't exactly doing anything. When in terms of the economic side, your husband was provided for you, and now it seems like there's nobody to take care of the responsibility. You can. God is on your side. Whatever it needs to be done, just do it. First things first. Do not let anybody take your dignity. Do not succumb to pressures, societal norms to do what would degrade you. You are a special being. You are creative. You are intelligent. You are resourceful. Look into yourself and decide what you want to do yourself. Get empowered. It seems that when you check all the stories of bad widowhood practices, it all comes back to the economics. Do not let anybody take away your source of livelihood. And yes, for every widow out there that thinks that, okay, my husband had properties and my in-laws are taking it. Number one, you don't have to take the piece. There's a law in place that ensures that you are the next of kin. It's a law now. So all you need to do is get a lawyer. If you cannot afford a lawyer, go to the Ministry of Justice. They have pro bono people who will take up your case free of charge. You don't need to suffer in silence. You don't have to suffer in silence. There's a law to protect you now. Then when we're done with that, next thing, take charge of your life. Don't just sit back. Don't just wait for in-laws to hand things out to you. Anybody that hands things out to you would eventually want to be your God. So do stuff for yourselves. Work well. Make your children proud of you. Then live your life. Yes, their society has said there's a way a widow should look. There's a way, hey, hello, live your life. Look good. Feel good. Whatever makes you happy, do it. Don't stop living because you have so much ahead of you. And most of all, know that you can be happy. Know that you can do well. Know that your life, people are actually looking at your life to see how you will go through. So having that at the back of your mind, you can't afford to succumb to the pressure of throwing a pity party. Just be the best. God has got your back. The truth of the matter is, as a mother, you determine how your children will turn out. You determine also how the society will turn out. So check yourself, dear mother. If you know you've really not been a good example to your child, if you know that you have been one who just expects handouts to be given to you, if you know that you have been lazy or you have taught your children how to be weak or how to do stuff. Yes, I have seen mothers who have encouraged their daughters to go look for a man to bear their bills and all of that. It's not too late. think about what that child's life will turn out. If you do not like where your life is right now, think about the fact that you are setting that child up for something worse, because it only magnifies as time goes by. It's never too late. You can begin to do something with yourself. Do not be one who, even if you think that you are getting so much money from begging and from getting handouts, hello, they will not always be there. One day they will get tired. And then what happens to you? Then at the end of the day, what exactly is it? Don't you have a sense of pride? Don't you have a sense of dignity? Wouldn't you want to be somebody who your children can actually look up to and say, that's my mama, or that is who I am? And so you can see other women. So I tell you, today it's a new dawn. You can actually pick up the pieces of your life. It's never too late. Start doing something. There's something that can be done. Learn a trade. Go back to school. Empower yourself. It's not an issue of not having money. There are a lot of free trainings that are out there. There are a lot of institutions that are willingly taking up, especially women. Even Lagos State has a ministry that they do all this training and all of that. Go for that training and start small. Yes, think big and grow, but start small. I started small. When I started, I really didn't have much. I would just buy 1 kg of flour, 1 kg of sugar, and I gradually grew. So you can also do that too. A man doesn't have to give you everything. Let your dignity be intact as a woman. Do not take nonsense from people because you want to receive handouts. And teach your children that it pays to stand your ground. It pays to do what is right. That you can actually work and be successful even if you are coming from the slum. There are too many people who have come from the slum and they are a success now because they paid the price. It won't be easy, but God is there. God has got your back if you do what is right. And to exceptional moms who are doing so great, yes, we know it can be tough. Yes, it can be hard. It can be, there's sometimes you feel like giving in and throwing in the towel. But hey, your break is coming and it's already showing forth. Don't give up. Don't give in. For what it is worth, you are raising that child and that child is looking at you and is gaining values. The child can see what you are doing. And think about years to come when you have successfully raised your child and they are doing so well and they are just lifting you up and saying, oh, my mommy did this and my mommy did that. Or your child turns out to be one successful individual in the society. Then you know it is all worth it. Keep at it. Keep being an inspiration to your children. Keep making your world better. And I say that we would be very soon, we will not only have lifted up our economy, but we will create a world where there is joy, where there is truly peace, and where we can actually say that things are working right. So keep at it. The sky is just the beginning. Hello everyone, my name is Onyinye Okocha. I am Creative Director, Kairos Treats. We make sumptuous cakes, treats, and meals. We are situated in Ilukpeju. You know that you need to keep watching Exceptional Mom because here we celebrate women who are doing so well. The odds might be against us, but here we show each other that we are in this together and together we can make it a great society. So do not miss any episode. Thank you.
Exceptional Mom, shape the future.
Our parental tip for the week is
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old...
Thank you for joining us in the Active Reports. I am Sadiat Dosumu. Welcome.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has been declared winner of the African Democratic Congress presidential primary election, polling 1,848,370 to defeat his closest rival, a former governor of Rivers State and former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, who polled 504,117 votes. The newly elected ADC presidential candidate believed that there is no winner and no vanquish in the just concluded primary election and urged his co-contestants to join hands with him to lead the party to win the 2027 elections.
Hands together for the winner and the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. You're welcome, sir.
Let me warn again that any further attempt to interfere in the affairs of the party by the presidency, INEC, and judiciary will be fiercely resisted. Enough is enough. I know that you are driven by your patriotism and commitment to a better Nigeria and improved life for our people. I know that, like me, you are deeply concerned about the rapid descent of our country into economic disaster, catastrophic insecurity, extreme nepotism, political intolerance, and the drive towards a one-party state by the current government and its party.
Tonight, send a message across our nation that ADC stands for fairness, for inclusion, for courage, and for democratic integrity. Let tonight mark the beginning of something greater than mere politics and capacity to offer leadership to Nigeria. However, it can only be one of you who would fly the flag of our party. And tonight, the members of the African Democratic Congress.
At the declaration of the presidential primary election, collation, and declaration of results, the two aspirants, Amechi and Mohammed Hayatuddin, were absent on Tuesday during the commencement of the exercise. The two aspirants had rejected the inconclusive results, labeling it as a concocted process and marred with electoral fraud. As Nigerians mark the Eid el-Kabir celebrations, travel disruption across the country are beginning to shape the political calendar, with dozens of aspirants and party officials reportedly stranded in Abuja ahead of the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC primaries. Despite the challenges, the party says its nationwide primaries will go ahead as planned on May 29, 2026. The NDC, in a statement signed by its national chairman, Senator Moses Klopas, and National Secretary Barrister Ikena Alex Morgan, explained that the festive period had created significant logistical hurdles, including limited flights availability, leaving many participants unable to return to their states after screening exercise in the Federal Capital Territory. For many of the affected aspirants, the delay has meant a last-minute consultations, extended hotel stays, and uncertainty about reaching their constituents in time. Some party members described the situation as stressful but not unaccepted during a peak travel season. In response, the party has adjusted its timetable, designating May 29 strictly for arrivals, documentation with Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and security agencies, as well as stakeholders' consultations across states. Party officials emphasized that no formal political activities or announcements are permitted on May 28, warning that any unauthorized actions will be considered illegal. The main event for the primaries will now be comprised into May 29, beginning with the presidential affirmation, followed by National Assembly, State Assembly, and governorship primaries. The National Democratic Congress, NDC, has announced the guidelines and modalities for its forthcoming primary election following the adoption of the report submitted by its screening committee. The report, chaired by former Ebonyi State Governor Sam Egu, was formally received
after extensive deliberations involving the party's National Working Committee, Selection Committee, and other key stakeholders. At a high-level meeting attended by the party's national chairman, presidential aspirant Peter Obi, and senior officials, the NDC reviewed the outcome of the screening exercise and approved modalities for the primaries. In a statement by the National Publicity Secretary, the party commended the screening committee for what it described as diligence and professionalism throughout the week-long exercise, which screened a large number of aspirants nationwide. According to the NDC, all aspirants who purchase expression of interest forms will be eligible to participate in the primaries within their constituency. Final reports are to be announced at the party's National Secretariat by the Selection Committee and the National Executive Committee. The NDC encouraged consensus arrangements where possible to promote unity while reaffirming its commitment to inclusiveness, particularly for women and youth. Former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, has appealed to Nigerians to imbibe the spirit of politics without bitterness that will provide an enabling process of electing credible leaders of their choice. Abubakar made this known in his Salah message to Nigerians after performing the 2 rakats prayer for Eid al-Kabir at the Eid prayer ground in Mina. The celebration was peaceful across the 25 local government areas of the state.
General Abubakar, while noting the tense atmosphere created by politicians going into the 2027 general elections, emphasized that peace is the prerequisite for any meaningful development and implored Nigerians, irrespective of ethnic and religious affiliation, to continue to pray for peace in the country to achieve greater heights.
As we go into election, we should do politics without bitterness so that we can now go peacefully to elect people of our choice.
He therefore prayed to God to bring peace, stability, and prosperity to Nigeria towards overcoming the numerous challenges bedeviling the country. Similarly, Niger State Governor Umar Bago has called on Muslims and Nigerians to remain steadfast in prayers for the peace, unity and development of the country. Bago, who also expressed optimism about a brighter future for Nigeria, however, stressed the importance of the Eid prayers, describing them as a platform that brings together people from different walks of life in unity and devotion.
We pray that God will look at us in the eye of mercy to give us succor in Nigeria. What is happening is not just peculiar to Nigeria, it's a global phenomenon, but we are hopeful and very hopeful that this will come to an end by the grace of God.
He further appealed to Nigerians to continue to be patient with the government, assuring that efforts are being intensified to improve the welfare of citizens and advance national development. The 2-unit prayer was led by Habibu May Basira, with a report of no terrorist attacks recorded across the 25 local government areas of the state. Zakari Omale, AIT News, Mina.
And in Lagos, the lessons of sacrifice, obedience, and love as demonstrated by Prophet Muhammad Ibrahim, which is the essence of Eid al-Kabir. Celebration should remain a way of life for all Muslims even after this season. This was the appeal of the Chief Imam of Ladi Lawal Da Mosque in Alagbado, Lagos, and some other Muslim clerics who also cautioned against widespread corruption, insecurity, and greediness among the general public.
Eid al-Kabir, also known as the Festival of Sacrifice, has its origin in the story of Prophet Ibrahim, who out of love and obedience was willing to sacrifice his only son before the Almighty Allah provided a ram in his stead. This act of mercy is what makes a ram preferable for the sacrifice. But rather than making it cheap for everyone to be able to afford, many people see it now as a business opportunity to inflate the prices.
A lot of people were unable to sacrifice animal simply because the economic situation that we are battling with. We need to seize this opportunity to talk to our leaders, to see what they can do, because doing this is part of our worship. There's need for us to slaughter corruption. There's need for us to slaughter greediness.
This act of corruption, according to the Chief Imam of AIT Mosque, Muhammad Mujtaba, and his counterpart at the Jodu Grammar School Worship Center, is what has resulted to the worsening socio-economic crisis across the country.
Message of love, message of a sacrifice. That is the message from Maulana Al-Miskin Billah, the Grand Mufti of Ilorin. May Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala touch the minds of the bandits to see that the people that are kidnapping for ransom, slaughtering unjustly, that these people are like themselves, creations of Allah.
Despite the complaint about the state of the nation, many, however, turned out en masse at the various worship centers to appreciate God for the gift of life. Oshomo Wadanies, AIT News, Lagos.
To Kaduna State, where Muslim faithful in the state joined millions of worshippers across the world to celebrate the Eid al-Kabir with calls on residents to promote peace, unity and security in the state. The Deputy Governor of the Kaduna State left worshippers to the Eid prayer ground in Kaduna.
The Eid prayer ground in Kaduna witnessed large turnout of worshippers who gathered to observe the Eid al-Kabir prayers in an atmosphere of devotion, reflection and celebration. Leading the state government delegation, Deputy Governor Hadiza Balarabe urged citizens to apply the lessons of sacrifice, tolerance and compassion learned during the Salah period towards promoting peace and stability across Kaduna State.
The lesson of the sacrifice, which is obedience to Allah Almighty, will translate in all our actions today and beyond.
Speaker of the Kaduna State House of Assembly Yusuf Liman and former Senator Shehu Sani also appealed to residents to embrace unity and mutual understanding.
Draw the attention of the entire Kaduna Ummahs. They should be security conscious in celebrating their Eid peacefully, and at the same time to still thank God and pray for the peaceful celebration of this special day.
I will also use this opportunity to call on all those who are involved in partisan politics to practice politics with maturity, with responsibility, with a sense of patriotism and duty to their own country.
As families and communities celebrate the festive period, religious leaders also encouraged Nigerians to pray for peace, security and economic stability in the country. Abimaja Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that children currently in captivity across parts of the country have not been forgotten, declaring that his administration will continue to intensify efforts to secure their safe return. In a statement marking the 2026 Children's Day, President Tinubu expressed concern over the plight of adopted children and teachers in Oyo and Borno states, saying the occasion remains incomplete while many families continue to wait and pray for the return of their loved ones. The president said some Nigerian children should be celebrating with their families, instead being held by criminals, stressing that government will not relent until those abducted from schools, homes and communities are rescued and those responsible brought to justice. President Tinubu stated that he has directed all relevant security agencies to sustain and intensify coordinated rescue operations across the country, with emphasis on intelligence-led missions aimed at the safe recovery of abducted children and other vulnerable citizens. The president also announced plans to strengthen school protection measures in high-risk areas through improved school vulnerability mapping, closer coordination between state governments and security agencies, rapid response mechanisms, and stronger community-based early warning systems. According to him, the Federal Ministry of Education, in collaboration with state governments, has also been directed to deepen implementation of the Safe Schools framework to ensure schools in vulnerable areas have clear emergency response procedures and communication channels. President Tinubu further assured that children rescued from abduction, violence, and displacement will receive proper reintegration support, including medical care, counseling, education, and social support, while calling on parents, traditional rulers, and religious leaders, community groups, and media to support efforts at protecting children. The president said safeguarding Nigerian children must become a collective and national responsibility. And conversations on child protections are rising, but the reality is still grim. Millions of Nigerian children still roam the streets, endure abuse, or live with disabilities without access to quality education or health care. AIT's Acheda Majakudumi investigates how systematic failures are leaving them behind.
For many, May 27 is a day of songs, laughter and festivities. But for millions of other Nigerian children, the reality is exclusion, stigma, and systemic neglect. The reality that the abducted school children of Orire, Oyo State are marking Children's Day in captivity makes an irony of the 2026 Children's Day theme, Future Now, promoting inclusion for every Nigerian child. Child advocates argue that true inclusion requires immediate, meaningful action, not just annual speeches. In Nigeria's northern cities, towns, and villages, this age-long practice of children, some as young as 3 years old, begging on the street while their peers are in the classroom, have become normalized, abandoned, and neglected. While the cycle simply repeats itself, their childhood taken away and their future uncertain.
In the past 4 months, we have treated children for kwashoko, in Abuja, in the Federal Capital Territory. So it makes me wonder what is happening in other places.
Across Nigeria, children with disabilities, autism, and Down syndrome, alongside survivors of gender-based violence, face massive barriers. Access to therapy, healthcare, and inclusive classrooms remain a daily struggle. Statistics paint a disturbing picture. Out of an estimated 7 million children with disabilities in Nigeria, over 95% lack access to basic education. Inaccessible school environment and discrimination lock them out completely. The burden on families is crushing. Jamila Joseph, who cares for an autistic child, reveals that parents battle severe isolation, financial hardship, and lack of support services.
It's really not easy because first, there's this stigma that is always attached to it. Even schools that actually handle them or can take care of them or give them the kind of care they need, it's not cheap. It doesn't come cheap. And not everybody can afford it. We can't have special needs children or children on the spectrum or with any other learning disability like dyslexia or dysgraphia writing exams and being scored like every other neurotypical child.
Stakeholders insist that inclusive policies must move from paper to practice. They are demanding deliberate funding for accessible infrastructure, healthcare, and robust social safety nets.
I'm a 12 years Nigerian girl. I don't want what happened to me to happen to my child. I'm still a child and I have a child, so I don't know what to do. I need every support that I can get from the government.
My dad beat my mom and I cannot count how many times. I want the government to give my mom money so she can take care of us.
I was sexually abused by my dad since when I was 13 years old from Kano. So we have to leave Kano. That we're doing school fees drive. We even have to sneak through the back door. I want justice.
These children are survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. They are currently receiving rehabilitation at the Dorothy Njemanze Foundation. Nigeria's Child Rights Act was designed to shield children from abuse and exploitation. However, its implementation remains crippled by poor funding and weak institutional capacity. Advocates reminds the nation that inclusion means creating a society where every Nigerian child is heard, valued, and protected. And as the festivities wind down, experts say the true test of Nigeria's commitments lies ahead. It will be measured by the country's willingness to build a safe, dignified, and hopeful future for every Nigerian child. Acheda Majakudumi, AIT News, Abuja.
You're still watching AIT Reports. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more reports. Please stay.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Many thanks for still staying with us. Now, about 300 Ghanaians who left South Africa following xenophobic attacks have arrived their home. They were received by the Accra International Airport by Foreign Minister Samuel Abako and other top officials. In footage obtained from Joy TV News, the minister addressed the scores of returnees, assuring them of Mahama administration's plans for them. This is the first major flight of returnees. An additional 800 Ghanaian nationals have registered for return to South Africa. In continuation of our special report that's assessing 3 years of Tinubu administration, we turn the spotlight on foreign policy and diplomacy. In the last 12 months, saw the administration scramble to fix a diplomatic vacuum by finally appointing ambassadors 2.5 years after recalling the previous envoys. But what has Abuja truly achieved aimed at global geopolitical shift, regional stability, and Nigeria's push for continental dominance? Our diplomatic editor, Shola Jaisimi, has the report.
6 months into office, the Tinubu administration unveiled its 4D foreign policy blueprint: democracy, development, demography, and diaspora. The government insisted this was not mere sloganeering. But 3 years in, what does the scorecard actually look like? Let us start with the last D, diaspora. Recent xenophobic tensions in South Africa have put Abuja to the test. Foreign Affairs Minister Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, recently elevated to the substantive role, summoned the acting South African High Commissioner, Tamsanqa Nselueku, who met the Nigerian Foreign Ministry's permanent secretary. President Tinubu also made a stern demand on the Ramaphosa government to protect Nigerian citizens. But stakeholders want tougher action.
It is no longer fashionable to travel to South Africa. The evacuation process has not commenced. And we are wondering why it hasn't even started, like yesterday. Because the more these guys are here, the more open they are to all these attacks.
It has actually gotten to that stage where retaliatory diplomacy has to be activated.
Despite the rhetoric, execution remains slow. Almost a month after the presidency announced evacuation flights for stranded citizens in South Africa, those flights are yet to take off.
It's not just a quick grab and take out. There's a process which the government of Nigeria has to respect South Africa's legal requirements.
Ghana, on the other hand, had hundreds of its citizens flown out of Johannesburg on Wednesday. Still, the administration maintains that no Nigerian abroad will be abandoned.
It's an ongoing process. They need to ensure that documentation is there, whether it's a passport valid or expired. They need to ensure they put things in place while they leave. So some of them have property, some of them have businesses, some of them have family. Some of them maybe have changed their mind.
Beyond the diaspora, the administration spent nearly 2.5 years attempting to run global diplomacy without substantive ambassadors. The turning point came last November, sparked by a diplomatic embarrassment when the United States designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Forced to act, President Tinubu named 65 ambassadorial nominees. The Senate cleared them, and their postings were hastily announced, in some cases before securing official agreement from the host nations. To date, only a handful have successfully presented their letters of credence.
Retired career diplomat Ambassador Aminu Dalhatu, brought back and posted to the United Kingdom, did so to King Charles early April. A former National Security Advisor and ex-Director General of the DSS, Colonel Kayode Areh, submitted his to President Trump last week.
There are many career ambassadors that have been sent and they've resumed work. The last few days, I spoke with an ambassador in Oslo. He's in charge of the Nordic countries of Sweden, Norway, and also Finland. He's right on seat, and he's taking good in his accreditation.
Meanwhile, roughly 35 diplomatic senior posts remain completely vacant. Regional questions loom over Abuja's waning influence. Nigeria's military might has done little to halt the rising tide of jihadist insurgencies gripping the Sahel region. Experts repeatedly warn that a country's foreign policy is merely a reflection of its domestic reality. It is an intersection the presidency claims it understands.
we need to be able to have a strong hold of our security. We have external forces that are coming into our country, running from border to border, the Boko Haram, bandits. We have, our security forces that need support, our intelligence forces, intelligence agencies that need support. So we have the Americans, we have the Turkey, we have the Brits, we have French, we even have Israel collaborating and supporting. So everything, a lot of the focus must be on security. And once we secure our borders, once we secure even within our borders, it gives opportunity for people to have a prosperous and good well-being. We can go back to the farms.
President Tinubu frequently brands himself as Nigeria's chief diplomat and marketing officer. But as the administration enters its final stretch towards 2027 elections, the tangible returns from its global summits, bilateral trips, and newly deployed diplomats will ultimately decide his legacy on the world stage. Shola Jayesimi, AIT News, Abuja.
Now, a leading African think tank group, the African School of Diplomacy and International Relations, has renewed calls for a United States of Africa, urging leaders to ignore colonial-era borders and unite the continent under one umbrella. AIT's diplomatic correspondent has the reports.
African Day commemorates the founding of the Organization of African Union, OAU, on May 25, 1963. It is celebrated to honor the continent's liberation from colonial rule, promote Pan-African solidarity, celebrate the richness of African culture, and reflect on the collective journey towards a united, prosperous future.
As we commemorate Africa Day 2026, let us renew our commitment to fund the vision of our African unity. Let us heed the call of our forefathers and seize the historic moment to forge a truly united continent. The time for hesitation has passed.
Beyond borders, ASDIR is pushing for harmonized customs, taxation, and trade rules to create a seamless economic bloc.
We must accelerate the implementation of existing African Union integration framework. The structural deficits hold us back can no longer be justified in an era where continental bloc dictates global affairs.
With the AU marking its 63rd anniversary, ASDIR says Africa can no longer speak with 54 fragmented foreign policies. It insists the continent must act as core formidable voice on global security, climate adaptation, and reparatory justice. Sadiat Dusu.
You're still watching AIT Reports. Let's take a break. When we come back, we have more reports for you. Please don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Let's look at this business report. The African Development Bank says Africa's economy remains resilient despite rising global uncertainties, with the continent projected to remain among the world's fastest growing regions. However, the bank warns that growing debt pressures, high energy costs, and global supply chain disruptions continue to threaten economic stability across Africa. These were the key highlights of the 2026 Africa Economic Outlook reports released during the African Development Bank annual meetings in Brazzaville. The bank said 36 of Africa's 54 countries recorded stronger growth in 2025, with 22 countries posting growth rates above 5%. The AFDB noted that the spike in global oil and gas prices is increasing inflationary pressures across Africa, with continental inflation projected to average 10.4% in 2026. For Nigeria, the bank projected GDP growth of 4.1% in 2026, while inflation is expected to remain elevated at over 16%. The AFDB urged African countries to improve domestic revenue mobilization, strengthen tax collection systems, invest in renewable energy, deepen regional trade, and reduce dependency on external financing. And cash outside Nigeria's banking system declined by 104.7 billion naira between February and April 2026, following the Central Bank of Nigeria's interest rate cuts at its first Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the year, according to a fresh CBN data. Figures from the bank's money and credit statistics showed that currency outside banks fell from 5.19 trillion naira in February, when the monetary policy rate was reduced to 26.5%. to 5.08 trillion naira in April, representing a 2.02% drop over the two-month period. Currency in circulation also eased by 63.46 billion naira from 5.71 trillion naira to 5.65 trillion naira, indicating a slight moderation in cash liquidity across the economy. The share of cash held outside banks also declined marginally, suggesting improved liquidity retention within the banking system despite the rate cuts. Although there was a recent decline, cash levels remain significantly higher than a year earlier, underscoring the continued dominance of cash-based transactions in Nigeria despite growing digital payment adoption. Bank reserves, however, rose sharply during the period under review. And Plateau State Police Command said it has arrested two suspected as Sarasuka cult members and recovered dangerous weapons as well as suspected illicit substances in separate operations in Jos. In a statement signed by the police public relations officer, the arrests were made by operatives of the Anti-Cybercrime and Narcotics units and officers attached to the Angwan Rogo Division. According to the statement, one Adam Abdullahi, age 18, and a resident of Yen Simiti in Rokus was arrested at Gangari. Police said that he was found in possession of double-edged knife, suspected cult-related attires, and substances believed to be crystal, popularly known as ice. In a related development, officers of the Angwan Rogo Division arrested 20-year-old Khalifa Yusuf of Angwan Rimi, Jos, at about 011 prayer ground opposite the University of Jos permanent site. Items recovered from the suspect include a knife and dry leaves suspected to be cannabis. The police command says both suspects are currently in custody, undergoing investigation, and will be charged to court after investigations are concluded. The command reaffirmed its commitment to tackling crime and drug-related offenses across Plateau State and called on residents to continue providing useful information to security agencies. Bayelsa State government says it is building a stronger foundation to prepare children in the state for a future driven by technology, artificial intelligence, innovation, and global competition. Governor Doyin Diri gives the assurance through the Commissioner for Education, Gentle Emela, during the 2026 Children's Day celebration at the Peace Park in Yenagoa.
It is a colorful atmosphere at the Peace Park in Yenagoa as children from various schools across Bayelsa State gather to celebrate the 2026 Children's Day. Delivering the governor's goodwill message, Commissioner for Education, Gentle Emela, says every child matters and deserves access to quality education and equal opportunities to succeed in a rapidly changing world.
We live in a world that is changing faster than ever before, a world driven by technology. That is why our responsibility is not only to prepare you for the future, but to empower you to lead that future with confidence, character, and competence. In Bayelsa State, we are deliberately building the foundation for that future through strategic and people-centered investment in education and human capital development. Together, we must continue to raise children who are disciplined and responsible.
Stakeholders at the event described this year's theme, Future Now promoting inclusion for every Nigerian child as timely, calling for collective efforts towards protecting the future of children.
To make them have the sense of belonging, to be part of society, and to also show them that we expect a lot from them.
We need to celebrate them, to make them happy, embracing them, to make them belong. And so the government is trying to improve the system.
A school brings us together and takes us out to come and see other people and then make friends and celebrate as children that we are.
The government of Bayelsa State is trying for organizing this kind of ceremonies.
Highlights of the celebration include colorful march-past parades by various schools, sporting activities, and the presentation of gifts and cash rewards to outstanding participants. Oni Sophien Owe, AIT News, Yenagawa.
And in Akwa Ibom State, Governor Omo Eno has commissioned major infrastructure and empowerment projects in Oron local government area, with the people of Oron Nation also endorsing him for his second term in office. AIT's in August, Econo reports.
It was a day of celebration in Oron as Governor Omo Eno inaugurated a model primary health center, a youth development center, newly constructed roads with drainage systems, and a new administrative building for the Oron Local Government Council. Speaking during the commissioning, the governor described the projects as people-centered initiatives aimed at improving healthcare, empowering youth, and opening up rural communities for development.
We're not joking with the health, welfare, security of our citizenry. We will continue to put in our best.
At the Youth Development Center, Governor Eno said similar facilities would be replicated across the 31 local government areas of the state to train thousands of youths annually in ICT, fashion, catering, and other skills.
A lot will be going on here. Within the next 1 or 2 weeks, we'll announce programs that will start here. There is a curriculum that will be developed. Please, once it's done, it will be announced, and the youths here should take advantage of it.
The governor also commissioned the 4.2-kilometer Effiong-Esang and Ukwong Street with discharge drains, saying the project has permanently addressed the erosion challenges faced by residents.
Undertake to move water to make this place habitable. I think that's the major point. And drainage up to 1 kilometer.
At the Oron Township Stadium, the people of Oron ethnic nationality unanimously endorsed Governor Omo Eno for a second term, pledging their continued support for his administration till 2031. Idons Econo, AIT News, Uyo.
The need for urgent steps to clear drainages and waterways in order to prevent flooding as the rainy season intensifies in the Federal Capital Territory has been emphasized. The Abuja Environmental Protection Board and Digital Pearl International are calling on residents of the FCT to keep the environments clean and dispose of waste properly to prevent annual flooding.
For several years, flooding has remained a recurring challenge in the Federal Capital Territory, resulting in loss of lives and destruction of property worth millions of naira. These incidents are largely attributed to the blockade of waterways and drainage channels, forcing flood waters to overflow their banks. To prevent the recurrence this rainy season, the Abuja Environmental Protection Board, in collaboration with Digital Powers International, has embarked on a community awareness campaign across neighborhoods to promote proper waste disposal and environmental sanitation.
Every hand has to be on deck to make sure that we have a cleaner and healthier environment.
When you take your water, pure water as we call it, in sachets, don't throw the sachets through the window and just throw it on the street. They are blocking our waterways.
They are advocating proper waste management practices that will transform waste into wealth and promote economic development.
We want them to still continue to collect plastics because plastic is of value. We are transforming the waste into wealth. Those are the things that we are teaching the young people, and we want everybody in this park to understand it.
The awareness campaign held at Gwagwalada Park in Area 1, Abuja, which attracted the participation of park officials and scavengers within the community. Haz Akudi, AIT News, Abuja.
And communities of Ogede in Ndimili North local government area of Anambra State are groaning over the devastating perennial flooding which has persisted for over 16 years with no permanent solution in sight. Locals claim the overflow of two Reminal dams every rainy season has continually caused them their sources of livelihoods cut through the old Enugu-Onitsha road, which is the only means of accessing the areas. AIT's correspondent was at the flood scene and completes the story.
This is not a river, stream, or waterway, but a completely constructed major road with asphalt overlay. It is the Ogidi axis of Old Enugu-Onitsha Road in Anambra State, southeast Nigeria. It's just the start of the 2026 rainy season, yet locals, residents, and road users are already groaning in pains following the submerging of the farmlands, businesses, homes, and the old Enugu-Onitsha Road as the NIMET predicted flood impacts begin to manifest.
Based on the fuel economy, everybody is going through the village to pass our state road. It's not good. So a government should come to our rescue.
We swim in and swim out daily. We are not happy about it.
In this Anambra, this is only major road. We don't have another road to follow.
For over 16 years, the people of Ogidi community have had to live with these pains without any end in sight. Though governments and politicians have yearly made unfulfilled promises. This pregnant mother, Ogochukwu Nwabuane, and other residents, Augustine Nwabuna, have had bitter experiences of the flooding impact, saying locals have fled the community after being rendered homeless.
Last year, one of Aboki man died at that pit there. He was climbing the gutter in order not to touch the leg inside the rain, so he fell inside that deep hole there.
It started about more than 16 years ago, during when Peter B was the governor of this Anambra State. That's what the time it started for so many years. So when the pit full now, then the water rushed to these villages, Ire, Abo, and Uru. So you can see now, everybody's guy is protecting his house.
While a few motorists brave it to cross the ocean-looking flooded road, this tricycle operator is not that lucky. His tricycle, popularly known as Keke, is stuck for more than 45 minutes, costing him major repairs and frustration.
All my lives, water. Huh? So they may you try for us now. This month I pay more than 10,000 naira. I'm so angry.
Most of the fall inside here every day. Most of the fall inside there. Even Okada, even people when they pass there. Sometimes most of go spot there. You go the carry person for back. They come out. The two of you go fall like this. Water go carry people.
With unfulfilled promises at every yearly raining cycle by government, the people and residents of Ogidi community are getting increasingly frustrated and a feeling of being abandoned to their own fate.
The Joint Committee of the House of Representatives on Host Communities and Public Petitions has passed a vote of confidence on the Tantita Security Services Limited, dismissing ongoing calls for the decentralization of the company's pipeline surveillance contract. The declaration came at the end of a roundtable involving lawmakers and Niger Delta stakeholders in Owerri, Imo State, where participants resolved to shift the region's focus from controversies surrounding pipeline contracts to a fresh legislative push for an increase in host community funding under the 2021 Petroleum Industrial Act.
That calls for decentralization of the said private contract be dismissed and baseless and anti-Niger Delta, and that agitation surrounding the same call shall cease forthwith, and that all Niger Delta leaders, stakeholders, and host community advocates are called upon to redirect their advocacy energy towards the genuine objective interests of our region and support Antita security services.
The stakeholders in one of the resolution endorsed Tantita's operations, asking the federal government and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to grant the company a long-term contract extension.
The contract held by Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited. For me, this is a contractual arrangement between two parties, the federal government through the NNPC and the Tantita Security Company Limited.
Tantita's operations have encouraged stronger synergy between those stakeholders, including oil companies, government agencies, traditional institutions, community leaders, and security agencies. At this point, what is required is positive collaboration and collaborative efforts by host communities for better success stories.
Maintain that the existing host camp provisions and the Petroleum Industrial Act already guarantee legal and operational decentralization for oil-producing communities across the Niger Delta and reject the fresh demands for further decentralization of the surveillance contracts currently handled by Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited. You're still watching the IT reports. It's now time to bring you Sports Track. Please stay.
Welcome. I am Osaibovo Usifo. Crystal Palace are UEFA Conference League champions after defeating Rayo Vallecano 1-0 in a historic final in Leipzig, Germany. The Eagles secured their first ever European trophy thanks to Jean-Philippe Mateta, a second-half winner in an unforgettable night for the club. Manager Olivier Glasner cemented his place in Crystal Palace history after transforming the team from Premier League survivors into European champions. Thousands of Palace supporters celebrated widely as the South London side completed a memorable journey across Europe. Glasner now leaves the Selhurst Park as one of the greatest figures the club has ever known. Antonio Gordon is set to undergo a medical at Barcelona after the Spanish champions agreed a deal worth over £70 million with Newcastle United. Barca moved ahead of Bayern Munich and Liverpool after sporting director Deco had talks with the England wingers representative earlier this week. The agreement includes bonuses and future sell-on clause, while Newcastle United have already started searching for a replacement for Gordon, with Lille forward Matthias Fernandes among those on target. Bayern Munich had also been interested in Gordon but refused to match Newcastle United's valuation of the player. Gordon finished last season as Newcastle's top scorer with 18 goals but missed the club's final 6 matches amid growing concern about transfer speculations. The maiden Italian Embassy Under-20 Cup will feature 8 teams in the grassroots football tournament aimed at discovering and developing young talent in Nigeria. Organizers say the competition, powered by Ruda Sport Management Limited, is designed to provide structured exposure and international opportunities for emerging players.
Well, the initiative is just to collaborate to get the best players in tournaments to go to Italy and try to get a professional contract. It's giving a chance to the youth because, like they say, talent is free, but opportunity is limited.
I mean, it's going to be an exciting tournament, you know, for the players. And, you know, we are not just taking the winner to Europe. We are selecting from all the teams so that we can take them to Europe to play like Viareggio and to play with other youth teams.
Since other that many talented Nigerian players lack opportunities to showcase their abilities, stressing that the tournament could help unlock their potentials.
I think this event will help to foster the relationship between Italy and Nigeria in sports, and hopefully we will find new champions that will be able to represent Nigeria in the world of football.
I mean, well, it's because I used to play in Viareggio when I was younger, and Viareggio is one of the best tournaments, you know, for the players to showcase themselves.
And now to basketball. 313 Warriors finished top of the standings as Phase 1 of Group B in the Savannah Conference of the MBBF Men Premier Basketball League came to a close in Jos Plateau State. The highly competitive tournament featured 8 top teams battling for supremacy.
Basketball excitement gripped Jos as teams battle for supremacy in the opening phase of the National League. League officials expressed satisfaction with the level of competition, praising the improved quality of play and overall organization.
Coming to Jos is always interesting because they are always a good host. You know, there's always this ambience here. The indoor, they try their best to, you know, make it, you know, habitable and all of that, both for players and then for fans. We can see that the home and away being played right now is actually adding to their skill level. You understand? It's also adding to the number of games that they play. You know, so I think the level of basketball being played here can, you know, it can be played anywhere in the world.
It was a moment of celebration for the home fans as Plateau Peaks' impressive performance sparked hopes of sustaining their form in the next round.
We made a vow to ourselves that seriously we need to step up from where we were and to make a change with what happened last 2 seasons. That's why we're seeing it as something of a big battle that we really need to do something good for it.
At the end of the action, 313 Warriors claimed top spots with 14 points, just ahead of Plateau Peaks. Traditional giants Kano Pillars placed third, while Gombe Bulls and Bauchi Nets finished at the lower end of the standings. Wildcats Quackfoot, AIT News, Jos.
Finally, on the sports segment, world number 2 women's tennis player Elena Rybakina suffered a shock second-round exit at the French Open after losing to Ukraine's Yulia in 3 sets. Rybakina won the opening set but struggled with consistency, committing 71 unforced errors as her opponent fought back to secure a 3-6, 6-1, 7-6 victory. The defeat marks Rybakina's earliest Grand Slam exit since the 2024 Australian Open and her first failure to reach the 3rd round at Roland Garros since 2020. Yulia produced an aggressive display in the deciding break to claim her biggest win of her career and continue her impressive record of French Open upset. Rybakina's elimination also confirmed that Aryna Sabalenka will retain the world number 1 in the women's rankings after the tournament. And that's sport. Many thanks for watching. I am Osaibovo Usifo.
Thank you, Osaibovo. And now to more reports. The Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, says it has gotten approval from the Federal Ministry of Environment and to impact assessment EIA for about 180 projects. The Director, Environmental Protection and Control, EPC, of the NDDC, Antonia Akman, stated this during an engagement with environmental consultants at the Commission's headquarters in Port Harcourt. AIT's Chibuchi Chuku has more.
The approval for Environmental Impact Assessment, EIA, from the Federal Ministry of Environment follows a request by the NDDC for a closeout of 180 projects without EIA certificates or permits, some dating back to 2014. The Director of Environmental Protection and Control, NDDC, Antonia Akman, says with the approval, work will soon commence on the affected projects for the benefit of the people of the Niger Delta region.
Since the commission is going to pay for the penalties and the certificates will be given out, definitely the commission is going to pay the EIA consultants and they will get back to work. And that's how the communities are going to benefit from it.
She said henceforth payment for EIA services can only be made after securing an EIA certificate.
This means that the final release of consultancy fees is now tied directly to the delivery of valid EIA certificates and permits for each project. The decision is aimed at ensuring accountability, value for money, and the timely conclusion of all environmental assessment processes.
Some of the affected projects are roads, erosion control, drainage system, and electrification. Chibuchichuku, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
Well, that's the AIT Reports. I am Sadiat Dusumo. Thank you so much for staying with us.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. And when a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our U-monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Corporal punishment, the dread of every school-age child perceived to have behaved improperly. In 2001, the provisions of 1968 Education Act permitting corporal punishment in schools were repealed, but the act inadvertently remained until the 2009 Revised Education Act that explicitly prohibited corporal punishment in schools. That notwithstanding, prohibition is still to be achieved in homes, alternative care settings, daycare centers, and most public schools.
Not seeing this as corporal punishment, but that child is going through serious pain as you see that.
If there's always flogging, corporal punishments, I don't think that's the best way to make a student change from doing certain things.
All it does is give you scars that make you resent the person that gave you the punishment and not resent the action that you did.
Private schools have found a way to work around it, and because private schools continue to improve themselves with international best practices.
Even in private schools in Nigeria, you still find them. You know, there's extent of what we call these private schools. You know, we had the case of what happened in Delta State, where the child, a child who was a nursery KG child, who was just there in a toddler who was there in the school because he or she messed up with certain water and things like that. The child was beaten and they rushed the child to Federal Medical Center Asaba, and ultimately we lost the child.
Article 295 of the Criminal Code used in southern Nigeria and Article 55 of Penal Code in the north, as well as the Sharia law, arrogate the right of parents to use minimal force to discipline their children and wards.
I feel like it doesn't implement any change because you're simply hardening the student. You don't want the student wouldn't want to come back to school.
And if we are to address the issue of out-of-school children in our country, we feel that corporal punishment is one of the things that we have to remove from our schools.
Child rights advocate insists corporal punishment is unnecessary, no matter how light.
The second category that they saw was children, that is the peer violence against their fellow peers. You know, bullying came first. Sexual and gender-based violence, schoolyard fighting, gang violence, assault, and so on.
In the United States of America, about half of the states have abolished corporal punishment. Many, however, believe it persists in a country like Nigeria because there is a link between poverty and corporal punishment.
And it is happening right now, in our own backyards, to our neighbors' children, our friends' children, and our own children. Its impact is absolutely devastating. Children are left with both physical and psychological wounds.
There is a correlation between learning poverty and corporal punishment. And when you are talking about learning poverty, you are talking about in terms of the learning outcomes and educational outcomes. For every 10 children that complete primary school, only 2 can read and write.
What alternatives are there to ensure certain discipline are instilled in children?
It's not to mete out physical injuries on the child that make the child. They don't even see the reason why they are being punished in the first instance. But when you take them through disciplinary process, through counseling process, and all that, you make them to see the reason. There are so many psychological therapies that we can adopt that will change these narratives.
While conferences such as this hold to end corporal punishment in Nigeria, there is a strong appeal on authorities to have continuous refresher training of teachers to ensure that the dangers of corporal punishment sink deep into their consciousness. Abulu Osemahu, AIT News, Abuja.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the Mangwe area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up.
There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
On May 20, 2026, a federal high court in Abuja nullified the guidelines issued by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for the conduct of the 2027 general election. Justice M.D. Umar, who issued the order, was ruling on an originating summons filed by the Youth Party, with INEC as the sole defendant. It is to be noted that the learned judge took arguments from both parties before arriving at his decision, so it is therefore presumed to be a well-considered decision. But a closer look at this order and its effect raises critical questions as to whether the learned judge took pains to consider all issues relating to the 2027 general election and the preparations for same. For indeed, it's the court of the land set out to not only put the brakes on a process that is already encumbered by so many factors, and knowing full well that politicians, particularly the ones of Nigerian youth, can always make gains from every shortcut, then there is cause to worry. Now, as against the original INEC timetable, Justice Umar said political parties now have till September 2026 to submit membership register, and this is the foundation INEC has laid for party primaries. Is the court saying in effect that it is after September that political parties can legally conduct their primaries? And considering that the presidential election will hold in January 2026, is there time enough to resolve post-party primaries litigation, or the court has ruled out the possibility of this happening? Justice N.J. Sumar's reasoning is that INEC needs to follow the 120 days pre-election deadline prescribed by the Electoral Act 2026 for the submission of party register. The judge had declared that having regard to Section 29(1) of the Electoral Act 2026, which requires political parties to submit the personal particulars of their candidates not later than 120 days to an election, the defendant cannot lawfully abridge or limit the statutory period by prescribing a shorter time frame. But the law says not later, so arguably it could be earlier. Already, politicians are interpreting this to mean that they could begin yet another endless process of defection. This is an existential threat to the 2027 general elections. As Justice Umar given adequate consideration to the provisions of the third schedule, part 15 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, this provision requires INEC to organize, undertake, and supervise all elections to the offices of the President and Vice President, the Governor and Deputy Governor of the state, and to the membership of the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the House of Assembly of each state of the Federation. So on Jigsaw today, we will dissect the ruling of Justice Umar, its implications. Our guest is Comrade Ezenwa Nwagu, Executive Director, Peering Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa. Comrade Nwagu has been involved in elections and election monitoring for decades. He joins us shortly.
A very warm welcome to you. We are starting the discussions now properly, that is. My name is Benga Aruleba. The program is Jigsaw. Our guest is here. Comrade Ezenwa Nwagu is our guest today. Comrade Nwagu is Executive Director, Peering Advocacy and Advancement Center for Center in Africa. He's somebody who's been involved in elections for a very long time, so he's conversant with all the developments. Comrade, good to see you.
I'm hearing like I'm an ancestor for a very long time.
So, somebody who has been monitoring the electoral process for a very long time. For a very long time. Since 1999 at least.
At least. That's true.
Good to have you. All right. The political parties are, in spite of their complaints, almost all of them are running with the electoral timetable, as it were, conducting their primaries and all of that. Your general assessment of the primaries so far, including all those, how will I call it, the Nigerian political calculations. You start counting people who are queued on the line, 1, you get to 10, instead of going to 11, it becomes 100. So every 10 people you count is 100. We've seen political abracadabra and all of that.
Well, political parties are, in some sense, electoral management body themselves, because they conduct the primary election. It is important to stress
the first stage of election.
The first stage of election, they are the ones who conduct it. So the expectation will be that they would use the same measure, the same skill with which they hold the one that conducts the secondary election in managing their own elections that they conduct. But what we have seen is that the elections that they have conducted, especially the ones we have seen by video and by observation, cannot meet the standards of electoral integrity in every material particular. What do I mean? The first thing is that there has to be accreditation. And the current law has mandated you to have digital membership register. And that register is supposed to be domiciled with the Independent National Electoral Commission. And by their own acceptance, they said the parties have submitted those digital registers. But did we see proper accreditation in the processes that we have observed with the parties? Accreditation from the ward to the processes that have led to their national conventions, did we see the use of those digital registers? If the register was not deployed in those registers, where is the oversight responsibility of the Independent National Commission? Who mandated them to submit? So how do we even know the authenticity of that on cues? In fact, in some places, it looked like they just told the village, everybody in the community to come out.
Yeah, it was only in few places we saw some people holding papers.
Even
those papers will probably be political party printouts of membership registration card for each person.
But we didn't see that. Yeah. So if we have this kind of situation in the secondary election, there will be bedlam. There was no accreditation. There was no. But the elections that you are conducting does not mirror what we're looking for in the secondary election.
General election.
So that's
another one. Political parties are not holding themselves to even the best practices that they expect INEC to do.
No, they are incapable of.
For instance, one of the contestants, I think it's in Oyo, where one of the governorship aspirants cried out loud that the total membership of the APC in Osun State, in Oyo State, is less than the number of votes credited to his opponent in that primary.
Do we pay the kind of attention to the baseline for our leadership recruitment process? The political parties present to us candidates, not INEC. So, whereas we are focused, so immersed and focused in the secondary election, we are completely absent in the primary election, whether as journalists or whether as observers
or even public affairs
analysts. So why this selective consideration? If we pay the kind of attention that we pay in the primary election, the quality of the candidates, quality not in terms of choice. The parties have a right to present anybody to us. In fact, they can decide to present anybody. It's the choice of the voters too. But we are interested in the process that has battered that candidate. Does he meet integrity sentinels that we uphold for the general election? So that for me is, but like we say, but if you observe the bigger election, which was the one the dominant political party conducted for their presidential candidate in Abuja, those processes were followed. There were accreditation and all of those things. People had to go to Old Parade Ground, get accredited, then come to the International Conference Center, and all of that. But where they were mined,
from the grassroots,
from the world, where they were mined, these processes were completely absent. Where there is a veneer of contest at the top, it looks like coronation below.
And if we does this not reinforce the argument that you cannot leave politicians and political parties all alone to their own devices? That at every stage there has to be somebody to superintend over the process. So when courts therefore rule that political party matters are internal matters of the political party, isn't that to lose a description to give the political space? Don't we have some tightening?
Well,
and again, you raise one fundamental issue, which is that INEC is mandatorily required to observe that process. What does that entail? Is it just to observe and also admit to all of the inadequacies, all the shenanigans that the political parties and the politicians have put up in that very critical, very crucial case because it's the foundation.
Sir, they are not observers. They are actually monitors. No.
Okay,
and
monitors?
Yes.
What was the difference?
Well, observing is looking, see, take notes, and then share your report. But the monitor can intervene.
So which role was INEC supposed to play?
Monitor.
Monitor. Party primary.
Monitor.
In other words, you ought to intervene.
They have a right when there's a breach of the laws that guide those processes. They are not onlookers.
But when the political party is conducting party primary, for instance, and you said open, what is this one called?
Direct.
Something like open direct primary.
Yes.
In other words, you are supposed to physically count people.
Yes.
And you are INEC and you are there, and somebody is counting 1 to 10, and
ordinarily.
It gets to 20.
That's what I'm saying. Ordinarily, the INEC official there, by virtue of being a monitor, when they invite us as observers, we cannot interfere with their process.
But you will reflect what you see.
But we reflect what we see in our report. But the monitor is not just an observer. He doesn't just see and look. He can call attention to infractions and demand. But
if INEC does that, would INEC again not be accused of trying to interfere in the internal affairs?
No, if there is a breach, the problem is the anyhowness that you have seen in almost every regulator. INEC is a licenser. Is it licensee or licenser, whichever, of the political parties. The license with which they operate as political parties was given to them by INEC. And INEC, beyond that, has regulatory powers. So if you are a regulator, it's just like the National Electricity Regulatory Commission. If there's a breach by the DISCOs or by the GENCOs,
the National Electricity Regulatory Commission?
With the district. Yeah. You don't wait until, so why do you send monitors? All the primaries, INEC was empty. There is a struggle for who will even go for the, monitoring of the political parties. INEC was empty in the week of these primaries. Okay? So what is the base? Why do you go there? If the videos and the observations that we have seen does not meet the oversight responsibility that you have been given as an institution, then like I said, you are not an observer. You have the responsibility to call attention to that. And if they refuse, you make your report and say that this primary did not meet. But you are going to see a clean bill of health for most of the shenanigans that has taken place in many of the places. And those things are the reason why you have, court cases. In 2023, we were here, and the argument was that there were more internal disputes within political parties that eventually ended up in court. And many people could not differentiate the one that had to do with the conduct of the 2023 election and the one that was internal party dispute. And so you they say, the election matters are in court. If you differentiate, because if people feel shortchanged, if people feel, ambushed, completely elbowed out of the process, they have a right to ventilate, and seek the remediation of their rights in court. So after all, the principle is ubi remedium. Where there's an injury, there has to be remedy. So you are taking us to Latin. But the point that is clear is that institutions that have oversight responsibilities must not sack those responsibilities. If you sack the responsibility, it impacts the next. Election is an event. It's not an event. It's a process. Yeah. And it's not a one-day. It's not a marriage ceremony that you conduct. Even marriage ceremonies, you have to go through class and the rest of them. So that process, if you jump any in the way you oversight it, in the way you regulate it, you cannot. The effect will be felt at the end point, which is the conduct of the election itself. Okay, so I'm sorry. That's why I keep saying that politicians, their candidates, and their parties are absent from conversations about reform. I've continued to say that the energy we invest in holding other stakeholders within the election pyramid accountable. If we hold politicians that way and how they behave or how they misbehave, we will have better results. But the reason we don't hold them accountable is that they are dispensers of patronage and cronyism. So you don't want to hurt them. You want to look for the fall guy. And sometimes the fall guy is security and INEC. But the perpetrators of everything that diminishes our election is perpetrated and perpetuated by the politicians, their parties, and the candidates.
All right. The INEC guidelines for INEC regulations and guidelines for the political parties for the 2026 election is under legal scrutiny here, and the High Court, the Federal High Court here in Abuja, on which date is that? On the 20th of May, Justice Muazu Kasimu. Justice Muazu, no, that's not the name of the judge, that's the registrar. The judge is Justice M.G. Umar. Justice M.G. Umar, on that day, gave a judgment on an originating summons in a suit filed by the Youth Party against the INEC. And I'm wondering why a political party that was part of the process of making the INEC guidelines will keep quiet at a stage when you have the opportunity to point out all those things, to wait. And then when it has come out and is supposed to be binding on everybody, you go to court. Isn't it a clear attempt to, just truncate a process? Because the process has already begun.
As somebody, you particularly, who has invested most of the time that I've known you, about human rights and the right of people to, I'm a bit constrained in worrying when people go to court. Because if you don't go to court, where do you go to?
If you can prevent going to court.
No, that's what I'm saying. In this case, if you could have... Yes, but the means of doing that, which I have challenged most of the time, is that the reason for setting up IPAC, the Inter-Party Advisory Council, is to be able to have this backdoor mediation that can resolve these issues, when they come. But what YP went to court is a fundamental right issue. It has nothing to do, in my view, with party membership registration. It has to do with candidate selection and nomination. What does that mean? By the time the INEC went and issued timeline, not the guidelines, the timeline for the elections, because these are also words are important when we use them at this point. The timeline for every process to end. INEC abridged the law itself.
Okay.
The law says you will do this 120 days. You will end candidate nomination 120 days
to any election.
To any election.
If you pick the presidential election, for example, that will be 120 days to January 16 or so.
January 27 or something, but I can't remember.
27,
yeah, so now INEC went and issued
a
guideline that abridges that right. Yes, we are worried about the migratory nature of our politicians, the fluidity of party movements. We are concerned about that. But our concern is not enough to abridge the fundamental right of people to move from, and we are the experts in that one, to move from one place to the other when they so wish. If the party they are going to accept them within the time of the law, you cannot restrict that right. And that is democratic. It's an intrinsic value of democracy. But So I'm not going to be whipping the YP, for helping to insist that institutions obey the laws that they made. Where I have a problem is that, do we distinguish the fact that the people in the National Assembly making these laws are politicians, belong to a party? Does their party have any influence in the quality of laws that they make? Is there anyone who is working to hold anyone captive in their political party by a restriction that infringes on fundamental human rights of people to move from where they want? I am concerned about, like I said, the baseline is you are responding to fluidity of movement. We've seen people, join a party in the morning and in the evening that they have left. But that is the right of that individual.
Fear of INEC that if you allow all of these things to continue, don't forget that because from what Justice Umar is saying now, that political parties have up until September 9th at least to sort out the nomination of candidates.
Yes.
We also know that process could also lead to litigation. Has this judgment taking care of what could happen in cases where you have litigation and in cases where you move the date forward to September?
First, the National Assembly are the culprits. This law should have been passed like day before yesterday. But you saw when they passed the law, putting everyone in the kind of quandary that we have found ourselves. But in doing that, in doing all of that, in trying to circumscribe, and regulate, you cannot regulate to the point where you now infringe on the fundamental rights of people to move from one point to the other, according to the law. Because the law gives that latitude. And INEC is a creation of the law. INEC is bound to obey the laws that have been enacted by the National Assembly. And correct me if I'm wrong, it is about nomination. And the law has given the right to the political parties to have 120 days. You can wriggle your hand the way you want, you can be angry about it, but it is the law. If the law gives me a right, you cannot take that right away from me in the first instance.
So what they went to court to seek was just to have that latitude with that court. But a lot of people are also saying, if INEC is not okay. Let me understand. Let me. This is about a law.
Yes.
And the law already stipulated time frame.
It's the one.
So you can't have a subsidiary law.
No,
that will abridge that.
That's why I said you are the expert. So the subsidiary law cannot take the right of people, even though we are angry about the irresponsible manner, if you permit the use of that word, in which people move from one party to the other. But it is their right to do so. And the political parties can then self-regulate. But they can self-regulate by this waiver thing that they do. But rights are what it is. It's intrinsic. In fact, people have a right to reject what is good if it is the law. But my worry is that the way the law is structured was to say, if there is a political party, in the way we have seen movements into one political party, if you interpret that law the way INEC wanted to interpret it, you'll be holding people captive in a political party.
Once they declare their membership of a political party, you are there, at least for a period.
Yes, you hold them captive there. And that captivity is an infringement. If people can't ventilate themselves in a particular area, they should be able to have the opportunity to move.
How then do we address, because what led to INEC
is not INEC, the law. Because INEC cannot make a guideline that is in conflict with what the law.
So if you make the law that led into making this regulation, which is a conflict with what the municipal law, which is the Electoral Act, stipulates, will be this worry that we already expressed.
Yes.
How then do we address that worry?
That's what
people contesting primaries in Party A because they lost out. Tomorrow, because Party B has not held its own primary, they are there.
Kabiyesi, if you like, I don't like it. I don't like it.
How do we address it?
That's what
see what a right, and it has to be a right.
I was having a conversation with somebody, and he told me, he said, the Russia, USSR, they had light, they had water, they had everything, transportation, life was good. But they kicked out the Tsars. They kicked out, the supreme leaders in Russia. Why? Because they wanted the right to even drink dirty water. Because they have too much clean water that the right to be like other people, the right to vote, the right to make a choice. You can't take that right. Even though what I'm saying annoys my own personal sensitivities about how I've seen our politicians behave. But I cannot also, in the same breath, because of their misbehavior, disqualify their right to move from one place to another. The responsibility, which is the question that you're asking, should be self-censorship
by the political
parties. Because yes, you have a right to put your hand in an electric current, but circumvention tells you not to do so. And then you are talking about consequences, because even your right, has consequences. But the consequences is not enough to now make you say, take away those rights.
Okay. What is the impact of the judgment of Justice Umar now? What's the impact on what has happened for about 2 months now?
The impact is that people now are no longer held captive.
So does it mean that people can still, if they feel dissatisfied with the political party?
That's what September. That's what Justice Umar. That's why it is celebrated.
That the window is open.
It is celebrated. You see that it is a celebrated judgment. Even though there are people worry about the consequences, which is this migratory movement of politicians from one party to the other. But there's also a sense in which people are worried that with the way we have seen defections, defections for which you can insinuate different reasons why people are defecting. If they don't get what they want within that place, you have now held them captive by the kind of regulation that I never.
Just by way of refreshing my memory, is there any provision in the new Electoral Act, for instance, that forbids a situation whereby you have aspirant A contested under Party A? He lost out in that primaries. Tomorrow his offices, between now and September, his offices in Party B. He contests there, he loses again, and then moves on to the top party, and then he wins.
He wins the process in that party, or he wins what?
Primaries.
Okay.
So in the process, he has contested party primaries in like 3 political parties.
There is nothing,
that's no consequences at all.
This law now, the law gives that latitude. The regulation wanted to circumscribe.
Because part of INEC regulation is that political parties must submit the
electronic copy of their digital membership. Yes, but now with this judgment,
so 30 days has to be calculated from September
backward. That's what it means.
Does it cast any shadow at all on what has happened so far? The political parties that have conducted their primaries and they are okay with it, does it invalidate such?
No, once they are fine, because nobody is complaining. Even if for instance, even the issue of the digital register that you are talking about, virtually all the political parties have complied with digital, even though they complained about it, which in my view is some kind of indolence. Because you shouldn't need a regulator to ask you to
to have a party
register, one that is digital.
That you can even at the moment not choose a button and send.
In 2026.
Yes.
So it's crazy. But there are people, political parties that have started. I know the National Rescue Movement has done this 8 months even before the regulation came out. The dominant political parties have resources to be able to do so, and they probably were ahead in terms of, getting ready. But then, let us also be practical and honest. Many of the political parties are not national parties. Many of them have no.
I've not heard anything about youth parties.
No, that's what I'm saying. They don't have any.
But here now, suddenly bouncing
yes, they are not national limelight. Yes,
because of this spanner that seemingly has thrown in the world.
There was no spanner because it is the law. Let's celebrate, because there are people, politicians like to speak from where it favors them at any point in time. But if we are truly invested in expanding the democratic space in our country, we must support efforts that do so by expanding rights and freedoms of citizens. Because if we celebrate any law that restricts freedom and of rights and citizens, when it bounces back, we will eat our words, because we supported one abridging of fundamental rights here. We cannot come tomorrow to appropriate and reprobate.
In the course of preparing for this program, I was looking for where I left that now. Just a simple question to Google, whether there are consequences for doing earlier. If a law prescribes the time frame for doing an act,
and you go ahead
and then you do it earlier than required, is there consequences? Are there consequences?
No, but there are no consequences. It's common sense. It's common sense. You have prepared.
So this, I'm alluding to this ruling now.
Yes.
Are there consequences?
No, they are not. If there are people who are not satisfied, the parties have greater work to be able to reconcile. It has something to do with their internal district mechanisms and their ability to invoke ADR, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms within their parties. And so, before now, if you conduct elections, primary elections, you didn't have any need to persuade anybody to stay. But I know that that's in some political parties that is going on. That when people lose primaries, there are incentives that are being offered that will keep them, rather than a situation which is the impact you were asking of this law. Before now, you would have just said you can go to anywhere. But now, when people lose primaries, the ADR, the internal democracy of the party is kicked in to be able to make sure that nobody tries to do that, torpedo the process. But you are going to have people who, in spite of whatever you do, will want to ventilate and ensure that they push their rights.
And they are entitled to it.
And they are entitled to it.
That's what this court judgment has just done.
Yes.
I was referring to what Google said, that what I simply asked this question. When the law requires an action to be completed not later than a specific time frame.
Yeah. So what did you answer?
Such as 120 days that we are talking about. It says a deadline, not a starting date. So this is a deadline that is set. That 120 days is
after September, you cannot do. You can't, but you can do before. That's the freedom that we are talking about. We've invested a lot of time in this program talking about the fact that many, if you like, some Nigerians are not excited, not happy about the frequency of movement from one political party to the other. There is a consensus on that. But the question is, can a regulator, and I think that is what you'll have asked, can a regulator create obstacles for people,
Is this seen as an obstacle? Well, if I say this now, but Susan will say that I carry this beef on air. Because this is Google that I prefer.
Yes.
But this morning I said, okay, give me what ChatGPT has to say. And I was telling her that when I read what ChatGPT said, I said, this ChatGPT is speaking like a member of opposition party in Nigeria.
Well, unfortunately, if you are listening to me now, if you are listening to me,
will I say that you are speaking like a member of opposition party?
But I may not like what they are doing, but I have a responsibility to defend their legitimate legitimate right to ventilate till. And the truth again is that Nigeria has a one-party state. It only has factions. So it's a fight within factions. It is not an ideological fight. I think we must state that there are no ideologies. It's about interest. People are fighting for their interest, which is their fundamental human right. There is no ideological fight. I didn't move to Party B because I don't like their program on the economy. I am not moving to Party A because I don't like their position on education. I am moving there because I want to be on the ballot.
That's the only argument.
Have you had any different argument? Have you seen anybody come to say the way the economy is being managed? Because it's a fundamental question in terms of saying, okay, I will privatize. Is there anybody who has said I will not privatize?
Maybe perhaps because
what has not been said. No, they will know them before now. Is there any new kid on the block? No, now, is there any new kid? The position that they have maintained is what I'm talking about. They have said what has not been sold, they will sell. Anyone that has not been sold, they will sell it. Because ideologically, they are agreed that government has no business in business. The template of the IMF and the World Bank is the textbook with which the country has been run for the past 40 years. So when you talk about movement, this movement that we are talking about, people are moving from a room that has AC and the AC broke down, or a vehicle that is traveling and they find out that they're no longer comfortable traveling with that vehicle. It is not about the type of vehicle. They are not worried about the type of vehicle. They are happy with the vehicle. They just don't feel comfortable in it. Okay? So, if you are, before you start stretching this argument of nomination, the driving initiative, the driving motivation is they need to be on the ballot. And it is a self-confessed one. You've had people say, I must be on the ballot. Not saying I am going to be on the ballot because I fundamentally disagree with how this. There are just very few people, few political parties who have that kind of orientation. But the majority and the dominant players currently are people who have belonged to the same room. They've been living in the same flat. I mean, in the same building, you know. But they now want to move flats. But the umbrella room is one in which they agree. So it is about simply about being on the ballot.
All right. I don't know whether we can take a quick break at this point. Let me see if I can stretch my neck a little bit, and then we'll come back to be rounding off with other issues that are also trending in the politics.
All right, yeah.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on EIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the President.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in the community so that they can effectively take care of the primary health needs of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says,
but who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow? Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
All right, we're back, and the program is Jigsaw. Our guest is Comrade Nwagu. Is an election expert, so we'll be looking at latest developments in the polity, and the latest development has to do with the judgment of Justice M.G. Umar, sitting at the Federal High Court in Abuja, who on Wednesday, the 28th of May, gave a judgment which has, as it were, has nullified some aspects of the electoral guidelines that INEC issued for the purposes of the 2026 general election. All right, comrades, I think we should, we still have a lot of internal disputes within the political parties. The ADC, for instance, which started itself as the main opposition party when it started this coalition. One faction had its own presidential primaries some days ago. Dumebi Kachuku emerged from that process as the presidential candidate. There are still spin-offs, there are still so many court cases in court, on the issue of which faction is authentic and which is not. The other faction, to which most of the people who defected from different political parties and formed that coalition, the faction to which they belong, that's the one popularly called as the David Mark faction. They are concluded their own presidential primaries today. If opposition parties are in this kind of situation, what do we make of the process? Well, doesn't the long period we have between now and January afford us the opportunity to be able to at least see how those political parties will sort out themselves?
The opposition in Ghana, for instance, have already chosen a presidential candidate, and the election
for an election that is
2028.
2028. I thought it was 2027 too.
No,
I think they have their election same time like Nigeria.
No, it's 2028. The election is.
And that's over 2 years from now.
Yes, they already have. And you see, when you bring in an ant-infested firewood,
you must expect lizards.
You invite lizards. So for me, and why I've restrained in commenting about that is that part of what we see is the ascendancy of political figures who anesthetize the structures of those political parties. So the party
conveniently so.
Conveniently
because they do so to serve a purpose.
Yeah. So if your BOT is functional and is a respected BOT, it should be able to have the guts, the credibility, not guts, the credibility to be able to rein in erring or dissatisfied or frustrated members of the party. But because the BOT is feeding from the political figures, it no longer can exercise that kind of discipline and organization that is required to it is itself personalized.
There's always will be eating from somebody's palm, for
the reason that
you can look up to is
the reason the herdsman does not eat grass is because if it eats grass, it can no longer command the herd. But this herdsman eats grass with the cow. And it can't tell the cow, go left, go right. It can't do that anymore because it eats the same thing. So the BOT is supposed to be the most respected because it's supposed to be populated by statesmen.
The reason why they are called the conscience
of the
political parties.
So just check the political parties, including the dominant and position and opposition, check whether they have BOTs that can play this role that I'm talking about. That's number one. Number two is the National Working Committee of the political parties are peopled by representatives of the political figures who are in contest. By their own celebration, the National Organizing Secretary was nominated. We allowed this person to nominate the National Organizing Secretary to take care of his interests. This person, National Financial Secretary, came from this one. Now the National Public Secretary came from a player, somebody who. So the National Working Committee that should be the engine room of people with different interests are people by people who came to defend the interests of their principals, who are not members of those organs. The next, the same thing. So because of the ambush and the dealing that we have seen with party structures and administration in a way that it cannot function to be able to bring the kind of respect that we have. That is why you have the parties, including even the dominant political parties. The resolution of issues are done more in Abuja than in the states where they occur.
Where the crises occur.
If you had a National Working Committee, you have a BOT, you have, these organs of the party that are responsible for discipline and enforcing it, and they are able to perform that function effectively, you will not be seeing the and then so when you wanted to take over a party, the due diligence that is required to take over was overlooked, and you are paying the price. You can go ahead and call everybody that is responsible, but the ant that is harassing you,
or the lizard that is harassing you, is pursuit of the ant that you inadvertently
invited, and then your inability to make your structures efficacious in a way that they can perform their responsibility. But I know that Kabiyesi was nominated by you you are the deputy national chairman, and I know who brought the chairman, I know who brought. When we come there, if the chairman is talking, I'm not respecting him as chairman. I'm seeing him
at the mind behind him, the voice of whom is projecting.
And so I can become opposition within even the National Working Committee, because I represent an interest that is not the overall interest of the political party. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
So it's a clear thing, and we sidestep it in our conversations.
I would say such a process does not need a guidance. Who is not part of them.
No, in fact, they first criminalize the one who can do that. So the first thing you do is you attack INEC. You put INEC in a position where it is held in a podium in the eye of the people. So that it cannot come and,
high moral.
So you destroyed that standpoint in the eye of the public.
Last question that I'd like to throw in, that I also like us to quickly look at, is we see in the electoral act when it first came out, how political parties should elect or select their candidates. We see the situation whereby it's either a little to so much to the left or so much to the right. Nothing in between. We've seen this free flow now. You cannot move. There's nowhere to come to in the middle. and all of that. How has this affected the political parties? Are we missing the third option that the Electoral Act has completely eliminated?
The third option was
which is the direct primary.
It was indirect primary.
Indirect primary, that's the word that requires delegates. Are we missing that option with the way
we shouldn't miss it. Ordinarily, it should be the responsibility of the political parties to determine their mode of selecting their candidates. But unfortunately, the indirect primary was an embarrassment in the way it was used before. The governors, for instance, appointed 2,000 SAs because they have their eyes on where they will need delegates. They became delegates, and there were others who were also super delegates who, by virtue of their position in the party, will wait, and it became a money-making bazaar. The dollarization of it, the nairanization of it, became an embarrassment that the political parties themselves became ashamed of. You know, so they are paying the price for their misbehavior. And don't forget, the people who make laws for us belong to a political party, and including the opposition political parties. And even within the executive level of the leadership of this National Assembly, there is a minority leader who is a member of the executive, there is a minority whip, they all sit and take these decisions. And I've always asked that nobody can extricate himself from the laws that have been passed when it starts haunting everybody.
So as it is now, we've seen the use of consensus.
We can make do with the after effect of these two. But the other one is so exclusive in the way that it became few men who select. But this one, where at least ordinary party members.
But I think we see some level, some kind of attachment to the old order, where some political parties, for instance, say, okay, governors will decide.
Yes, but even when the governors decide,
it has to be either this or this.
In Plateau, the governor of Plateau State went through primaries, contested primaries, even though he was the one that is supposed to be doing that, but he had to subject himself to primaries. And whether the process at the lower level, as he said, met the different, but at least we said that it was the festival, it was festival of democracy, in my view.
All right, let's leave it here. Wait for when the next issue will come up again. Our guest today has been Comrade Ezewa Wagwe, Executive Director, Peary Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, that's this all for today. Thank you for investing your time with us. I'll see you around. My name is Benga Aruleva.
Health Digest. I'm Okemere Tukwa, and I'm excited to be your host on this edition of the program. It is still the first quarter of the year, so I'd like to say welcome to your best year yet. If it is your first time of tuning in on the program, Health Digest is your one-stop health program that aims to bring body, soul, and mind all working in unison. My aim is to optimize your health. I bring you the latest information happening in the medical field. I bring you the latest happenings when it comes to the experts, technological advancements, and everything you need to know to optimize your health. Yeah, so we'll be speaking on the experts on quite a number of areas. First things first. We have been looking at a number of issues, and we must say the stories concerning the snake bites and the anti-venom have been topping the health news. So we're going to be looking at some tips on how to ensure that should such unfortunate incident happen, that you get the best aid properly to ensure that we, reduce the, I like to call it pointless or senseless loss of lives.
The outbreak linked to the Bundibugyo strain of virus has already claimed more than 130 lives, with hundreds of suspected cases recorded. Unlike other strains, there are currently no approved vaccines or treatments specifically designed for Bundibugyo. However, experts are considering whether existing vaccines, including those developed for Zaire strain, could offer partial protection. Africa's CDC officials say the meeting will focus on available scientific evidence and determine most effective response strategy. The outbreak has already been declared a public health emergency, raising concerns about further spread within the region. Health authorities say urgent decisions are needed to contain the virus and prevent a wider crisis.
Health officials say the virus linked to the Bundibugyo strain is spreading to new areas, raising fears of a wider regional crisis. Cases have now been identified in multiple locations, including Ituri Province, North Kivu, and the city of Goma. There are also confirmed cases in neighboring Uganda signaling cross-border transmission. The World Health Organization has declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern, though it has not yet reached pandemic status. Meanwhile, an American doctor working in the region is among those infected and is expected to be evacuated for treatment. Authorities said response teams are intensifying contact tracing and surveillance, while urging the public to remain calm. Despite reassurances, concerns persist that the outbreak could grow significantly if not contained quickly.
35 years. Dr. Henrietta Oku called on the federal government to increase support for local drug manufacturing and strengthen investor confidence in the sector. She stressed that Nigeria must reduce its reliance on imported medicines by creating an enabling environment for pharmaceutical companies to thrive.
For every major project, we have to have a problem statement. What are we trying to solve? What we're trying to solve is our extreme dependency of both our active pharmaceutical ingredients, the APIs, as well as the raw materials and most of what it is that we use for even those ones that we are manufacturing now. The other business model is production of generic products, that is, copies of innovator products.
Other speakers at the conference warned that no country can sustainably outsource its healthcare security, calling for stronger collaboration among government agencies, researchers, academia, and industry players to develop practical local pharmaceutical solutions.
The recent global disruptions have reminded us, particularly during the COVID-19, that health security is synonymous with national security, and no nation can afford to depend entirely on the national system for its pharmaceutical needs. The future we seek must therefore be locally built, sustainably driven, and globally aligned. But the future cannot be achieved in isolation. So collaboration is the engine of transformation. We must strengthen partnership across the entire pharma ecosystem.
Despite the challenges, stakeholders expressed optimism over ongoing reforms under the administration of Bola Tinubu and the presidential initiative for unlocking the healthcare value chain, which aims to achieve 70% local pharmaceutical manufacturing by 2030. Industry leaders say ongoing projects in vaccine production, HIV drug manufacturing, and active pharmaceutical ingredient development could position Nigeria as a major pharmaceutical hub in Africa.
Food brings people together, transcending borders and generations. Cooking healthy allows you to nourish your body while preserving flavors and traditions. The Almat hospitality industry put together a food court to promote healthy living and nutritious meals for better bonding and family culture.
Food is a great conversation starter. Food is a great way to mix cultures, to meet new people, and understand where people are coming from. Another thing that brings us together is to reintroduce people to other people's type of food. Nigeria has such a robust and great cuisine.
We have promoted so many other cultures across the globe. As a chef, I had to sit back and say we need to look inward and promote our own.
By incorporating healthy cooking into daily life, individuals can experience the benefits of improved health, mental state, social benefits, and so much more.
A lot of people have health challenges. So what we're basically trying to do is trying to make them understand that we have locally things produced here. They are very healthy. And that's where the millet comes in. So if you notice, most of the productions we have here are actually made from millet, orange flex potato, and vitamin A rice. So basically we're trying to tell people that within what we have, we can actually create different recipes out of it.
You've been involved in production and training globally, and we have realized that in order to inculcate the Nigerianness into the younger generation of chefs, we need to set up a culinary institute.
Cooking healthy meals helps manage weight, reduces the risk of obesity, diabetes, and prevents chronic illness, as well as promotes job creation in the industry. More than just the ingredients behind chocolate, cocoa is packed with powerful health benefits. Rich in antioxidants called flavonoids, cocoa helps fight inflammation, protect cells, and support healthy blood flow. Research suggests it may also help lower blood pressure and improve circulation, benefiting both the heart and the brain. Better blood flow to the brain has even been linked to improved focus and cognitive function, but experts say healthier choices matter. To maximize cocoa's benefit, options like unsweetened cocoa, powder, or dark chocolate with 70% cocoa for more are often recommended, as they contain less sugar and fewer added fats. From heart health to brain support, cocoa remains one of nature's surprisingly powerful healer. Blood is life, and with that, I went for an outreach looking for blood. Yes, it was really a bloody affair. So June is the month in which the blood drive awareness was on full force, and we had the Shalom Foundation as well as the JDI initiative do their best to ensure that they could save a soul or 1 million souls.
So presently we have shortage of blood in the blood plan when it comes to emergencies in the hospital. We have cases whereby we need to save a woman in maybe a gynae case due to complication, and there's no blood in the blood bank. But because there's no voluntary donors anywhere, you see a life that was supposed to be preserved being wasted. I was sick at some point, very sick, and I needed blood, and there was no blood.
The life of every human being is in the blood, and we know that. And there's thousands of people on a consistent basis in Nigeria that would always need blood for one thing or the other. And so our advocacy is trying to get as many people as possible to joining into what we call the blood donor pool, because the more we have people donating blood, the more we're able to save lives. And this year's theme goes around the aspects of hope, providing hope actually for people.
However, I found out a couple of roadblocks when it comes to blood donation, and these amazing organizations are doing their best to beat these stereotypes and save a life.
My first instinct is to run away. I hate needles. Oh, Jesus Christ, I hate it. Till now? Oh, no.
One word, diabolical.
Actually, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday. Okay, let's go and donate. There's a team. And I said no, because after donating, they'll be selling the blood and you donated free.
I've always wanted to donate for a very long time, but I wasn't sure of the process and all of that. And I think that was one of the reasons why we proposed this. So yes, irrespective of how much I hate needles, I'm going to do this. No matter how I scream at first, because I know I'm definitely going to scream.
I find it very, very scary because and I can say probably from experience, I've had situation where someone has to, take another person's blood and it reacted badly. So, and I'm kind of a very religious person.
I'm happy that I'm able to save life. I'm able to contribute my own part to humanity.
Might sound somehow, but to be honest, even though despite my exposure, I used to find it kind of scary, taking someone's blood and having to infuse it to another person's body.
For now, I usually think blood must fill your body first before you're able to donate.
The demand is more than supplies. And then when there is no blood in the hospital facilities, individuals outside, they engage them to come and donate blood by way of paying them. We call them commercial blood donors or paid donors, which of course the government of today is trying to convert them to become voluntary blood donors. So once there is blood in a blood bank, people will get them. But when you don't have them, because hospitals are set up to make their profit at the end of the day, so if they have paid somebody to come and donate blood, definitely that facility we want to get their monies back.
One of the things I love about our blood drives is that it is extremely safe, right? When you come in, we make sure you go through the fitness test. There's the counseling that you also go through with professionals. So it's not like we're just going to take your blood like that. We're going to check to make sure that your weight is the right weight. You have to be more than 50 kg. We'll check that you're not having any high blood pressure at that point in time. And then also to see that you got enough blood to donate. And once you're fit, then you can go ahead to donate blood. And you can go doing your own work. You're not going to faint. I know people always say that. You're fine.
These are the issues. And it's a program like this that will try to, create that awareness so that people will know that this is not what it is.
That's it. So I hope that you do make that decision to give blood because it is important and you are saving a soul. And today I'm going to be speaking to a very interesting person. In fact, I should call him at this point a house guest. Yes, I'm talking about, I like to call him Dr. Ozzy. He's going to be speaking to us about cancer. And I like the dimension that his organization goes to. We look at different areas of cancer, breast cancer, lung cancer, but often we tend to forget that the little people also suffer from cancer. So here with me is Dr. Ozzy. Thank you so much for joining me this
Thank you,
morning.
Kemi, for having me.
Thank you. So let's get a holistic picture on cancer and what this day actually means. And should it be just today, or how long should this awareness be for, especially in Nigeria right now?
Considering the peculiarities in Nigeria, I would say that every day should be World Cancer Day in Nigeria, giving us opportunities to talk about cancers, especially in children. Every adult knows when there are symptoms that are related to, some abnormalities in the body. but a child has no clue as to what is normal and what is not normal, and all they do is just cry or scream for help. And that's why I feel a little bit uncomfortable even with the data that we're projecting globally about pediatric cancers, because I think a lot of childhood cancers are unreported or underreported. An adult would know, having read or Googled some information about some symptoms and signs, and begin to suspect, cancer. But a child who has pains in the bones or a headache would not immediately, project anything related to cancer until it is much late in the life of that particular disease before it is presented. So yes, the general concept about cancers in Nigeria is that it is not even common, whether in children or in adults. It is only recently that you find a lot of emphasis or advocacy related to cancer. Prior to this time, it was a taboo to mention cancer. In short, if you talk cancer in your neighborhood, everybody will stigmatize you and avoid you, like cancer was contagious. So the point to be made in the first instance is that you cannot really transmit cancer from one person to the other. And this is particularly important in the cases of children, where the parents would, as much as possible, once a child has been diagnosed of cancer, try to isolate that child from the general public. And so the child loses out in a lot of issues regarding education, yes, and socialization, because we find cases where children suffering from cancer are usually locked up, in the homes, because the parents feel that, hey, it's already a bad image for them that their child has cancer. And so the consequences are grave, because most times these children never even get access to care. So whilst the general data about cancer in Nigeria is that we have about 127,000 persons coming down with cancer annually in Nigeria, and only about 7.2% of this population suffer from childhood cancer. I think, well, that's data, that's statistics, but in reality, I can say it is even much more than that 7.2%.
What would you say are some of the contributing factors to cancer? Is it that people are just getting more sensitized about this, or has this been an issue that has been in Nigeria with us, or are there some growing trends that might be increasing, this, well, as you have said, it's not transmittable, but it's something that can be acquired?
Yeah, for the adult cancers, we can talk about environmental factors. We can also talk about lifestyle habits and, even dietary habits. I'll give you an instance. Before now, colorectal cancer was not a common cancer amongst adults. But dietary changes, we eat less of fiber these days, and it's beginning to affect our digestive system. So we're beginning to record a higher incidence of colorectal cancers amongst adults. And one mention that must be made about cancers in Nigeria is that it is infection related. When you have recurrent infection of particular kind of diseases, typically malaria, the recurrent incidence of malaria in an adult or a child predisposes that child or adult to development of certain cancers. So environmental factors also plays a role, where, when you're constantly and regularly being exposed to infections, you're predisposed to cancer. Another common case is the cervical cancer, which is also a factor of exposure to HPV, the HPV. So when a woman, for instance, is constantly being exposed or infected by that virus, chances also of developing cervical cancer also comes into play. Interestingly, it is not as if the incidence of cancer has suddenly increased in Nigeria. It is just that the awareness is now much than we had before. So you find that because we constantly talk about it, the name that used to be, the disease that used to be referred to as some other forms of disease now are being classified as cancer. Whilst in the time past, it could have been attributed to witchcraft, it could have been attributed to spiritual attack. Now we know that this is actually cancer that is treatable. And this is where we cannot rule out in Nigeria the place of spirituality, yes, in our lifestyle. And this is why, for me, one of my very common call to action that I normally give to people is that you cannot rule out spirituality in the lives of people. But what I would say is that you should pray, but as you are praying, pray on your way to the hospital. So you combine both. You don't lose anyway.
For those that are Christians,
exactly.
I mean, the Bible says faith without works
is dead.
Is dead. So you must actually carry out some actions that follow through.
You must.
But I'd like to further know, when it comes to the management and the treatment of cancer, how, what would you say the Nigerian hospital system is doing to ensure that it meets international and global targets on the procedures and management?
I think first and foremost, we need to build capacity, of our healthcare providers. I'm not too sure we have the requisite number of healthcare providers to tackle the issues that are related to, cancer. You find very few oncologists in our hospitals. Whilst you may find so many obstetricians and gynecologists, at every nook and cranny of the city, it's difficult to find oncologists in that same number. And interestingly, the proportion of oncologists to the patients in Nigeria is quite low. So you may find one oncologist, attending to, thousands of people. And this builds a backlog. So what we need to do in the first instance is see how we can build, capacity. I know that this is not something you do overnight, but it has to be intentional, it has to be deliberate, and government must play its part. Now, outside the area of human resource, there is also, of course, equipment. And these are high-end equipment and actually very difficult and expensive to acquire. Take, for instance, I think there's very limited radiotherapy services available in Nigeria. I know that there's currently a concerted effort, to see how we can increase the capacity of our hospitals to provide such services. And it's not just a hospital. When you talk about a hospital, you're talking about a physical structure. It's actually a systemic condition, a systemic issue. Yes. And this is why I want to commend the effort of NICRATS. NICRATS is currently trying to, really increase the availability of care to Nigerians, whether it's in the area of funding for healthcare, or it's in the area of support, both for human development and increasing the capacity of these healthcare facilities to provide services.
Thank you so much for those insights. Imagine treating a tumor not with major surgery, but rather with extreme cold. That's the idea behind MRI-guided cryoablation, an emerging technology being used at Liverpool Hospital in Sydney. Using real-time MRI imaging, doctors insert a thin needle into a tumor and freeze the targeted tissue, destroying abnormal cells with high precision. Unlike conventional surgery, the procedure is minimally invasive, potentially reducing recovery time and limiting damage to healthy tissues. A patient chose the treatment for a painful spinal tumor. According to the report, her pain was gone by the next day. Doctors say the technology may also help treat selected tumors in areas including the liver, kidney, and soft tissues. As healthcare evolves, MRI-guided cryoablation is showing how advanced imaging and something as simple as extreme cold could help reshape the future of tumor treatments. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Health Digest. You heard it right there from Dr. Ozzy when it comes to cancer awareness and cancer management. The deficits, the gray areas that the medical industry needs to fill in, and what you can do as an individual. And when it comes to emergency management, as right now the issues are snake bites and more, you know exactly what to do to stay safe and stay sound. That's all the time we have today. Stay blessed and not stressed. I'm Ukemura Tokwa. Bye-bye for now.
Catfish, the act of growing a diverse group of ray-fin fish, is popular in Nigeria. The production of the fish for commercial purpose is a major practice by farmers, as it accounts for over 80% of the country's aquaculture output, with a booming domestic market, as well as the strong export sales of smoked fish. In catfish production, feed constitutes the most important cost, as Nigeria still imports feed with only a few producing locally.
Diesel, very expensive. NEPA, when they will bring their NEPA bill, per month they are bringing 70,000. Raw materials is no-go area. Where are we going to get the money?
Its production in recent time is becoming difficult for some small-scale farmers due to the hike in the cost of feed as a result of scarcity of raw materials and depreciation of naira against the dollar, making it difficult for farmers to cope.
Feeds is nothing to write home about, so expensive. Everything has gone so high that the business is becoming so tiresome. But then, as many of us that had the vision, the love of it is there, we will not go back. After having spent so much on a cycle, at the end of the day, you want to sell. For instance, somebody will come and say they want to buy a kilo for 800 naira, 850 naira. This is something you have spent so much on. If you sell it for that rate, you are definitely not going to come back into the business if care is not taken.
The feed now is being imported, and the exchange rate is affecting the importation of the products. The cost of fish has increased. Before now, we could buy this one for 500, but now it's 1,000, 1,012 for each. So it's apparently very high.
It should be noted that some production plants and fish processing plants are practically shutting down due to scarcity of raw materials. This mill, which employs over 30 young Nigerians, is empty when AIT crew visited, as no worker was seen.
There's no two ways about it. They are closing. So the old people that are surviving now, people that are getting other funds from other businesses to augment what they are doing. And it's because of the passion. That's why some people are still afloat. But I want to assure you all, it's not as if I'm giving any negative prophecy, but if these things persist, a lot other farmers will go down.
For this catfish seller, most Nigerians, instead of patronizing locally produced catfish, many prefer to buy other imported fish at exorbitant prices.
In fact, catfish is very, very less than Titus. With it, we don't even see people buying it. They say they don't want catfish because it is our product here. We need to patronize our Nigeria. Whatever you do here, let's patronize it. From there, you'll be able to grow up.
Shower fish and Titus fish can be brought to us here to be buying frozen. We don't know their source. We don't know whether they died and they package it, they frozen it and brought to us. People rush at them.
As Nigeria struggles to bridge the fish gap, which is over 1.9 million tons and costs over $1.2 billion annually on importation, finding lasting solution to the feed challenge
last week, I hope you didn't miss it. I hope you were with us. We started an episode that I confess was very, very dear to my heart on health. It's been a passion all my life, being a health professional myself, but also because I'm deeply convinced that health is perhaps the first thing, one of the most essential ingredients to a healthy, progressive people and nation. It is also an area where we can all do a great deal, where we can all contribute in ensuring that we are a healthy nation and therefore that we progress. Having done a lot of that talk, I've come to perhaps the most exciting part of what the series as we unfold, where, as we promised, we bring you in ordinary people like you and I, but experts in their own areas who are indeed doing something in that area as a contribution to nation building, as a contribution to making the health of our people better. I have two wonderful, wonderful people on set today. I often always end up saying young people. The idea is not just to have young guests, but when you're so old, you have young guests because most of the guests that come are younger than you are. But truly, I do have two wonderful young people on set with me today. I don't know, a beautiful young man and young woman. Where do I start? Let me start from the person nearest to me. I am indeed pleased and honored to introduce Ebere Nnadozie to the set. Ebere, welcome.
Thank you.
Let me reveal a secret. I always dance and reveal the secrets and say that indeed Ebere is a wonderful human being, but she's also a C4C entrepreneur. I am very proud of her achievements. The particular project we're going to discuss today was indeed what she introduced to us during the C4C fellowship last year. And Ebele, shall I share the secret? That when she presented her business plan at the end of the training, she wowed our audience. Everybody was clamoring. Everybody wanted to be a part and to support her initiative. So Ebere is a nurse, but she will have time to introduce herself better. It's a privilege. C4C is proud of you. Welcome on set.
Thank you so much.
And next to her, by a very strange coincidence, is Dr. Alex Nnadozie. You know, I hope I haven't revealed anything by the fact that they bear the same surname. Dr. Alex Nnadozie is a principal medical officer at Gwarimpa General Hospital in Abuja. And he is also very, very much a part of the project, and therefore such an important asset to us in this discussion. Alex, you're welcome to the set.
Thank you very much for having us here.
They are two very bright young people, both of them from the medical field. Let me throw the ball back at their court and say, tell us a bit more about yourself. Well, better, since I introduced you first, let me make Alex tell us a bit more about yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, really. I've heard about the SAGE, and I'm happy to be part of the SAGE today. And I'll tell everybody I see that I was there.
We will tell everybody. We will air you, and everybody will hear you, yes.
Exactly. Like you said, Dr. Alex Nnadozie. I work with the Federal Capital Territory Administration, Gwarimpa General Hospital. I've also, at the time, worked in Kwali General Hospital as I was transferred there, but later transferred back to Gwarimpa. So I'm with the Department of Surgery I've been doing surgery all my life since I became a doctor. So but there are a lot more things that I support my wife to do. Okay, so I've revealed that secret.
You didn't want me to, so it's no longer a secret.
Yeah. So I went to Enugu State University of Science and Technology, College of Medicine. By the grace of God, I was actually among the best 10 graduating students at the time when we finished, and we were given automatic housemanship in the hospital, the 10 of us. And it was in that housemanship that the whole journey, you know, the stories behind what we saw from cutting our teeth as medical doctors and medical practitioners started. And it led to a lot more things that have followed over the years. And it would be interesting to know that it was in that same environment that my wife and I met.
Wow, wow. So it gave birth to many things.
Yes, it did.
To the profession, to the business idea, and perhaps the most important thing, to the family.
Yes.
That was subsequently formed.
Yeah.
Great, great. Yeah. I will come back to you. But before I turn to Ebere and ask her to tell us a little, let me tease you by asking you, how long ago was it that you graduated?
I graduated in 2012. So
which is how many years?
About 12 years ago, 13 years ago now.
You want me to tell you when I graduated?
Please, you make me feel so little in this show.
Okay, I will keep quiet. Well, I won't keep quiet. And I have to publicly admit that it's been almost 50 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
But the beauty about medicine is that as long as you make the effort to keep informed, you know, you grow, you develop, you mature, you achieve with time. You don't, you know, it's not a depreciation.
You build the experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I proudly accept the fact that yes, it's almost 50 years, and that it's been very wonderful 50 years, and I have been very naughty. But I'm a public health physician, so I'm a doctor who doesn't confine herself to hospitals. That is by nature of the training, and have had the opportunity to go over many continents in the world. Yeah. So welcome on set, my junior colleague.
Thank you very much.
So Ebere, tell us about yourself.
Okay, I am a nurse. I went to School of Nursing, Esut Teaching Hospital, Parkland. And after that, I worked with some private sectors. I worked with Bathcare Laboratory. I worked with a private hospital. Then I did locum with Gwarinpa General Hospital for some time.
Is that where it happened?
No. Well, it happened from school, but then I had the chance to work with Gwarinpa General Hospital in the neonatal unit before I ventured into other things. So, yes.
Welcome. It's like I said, it's a pleasure because as you trained with us in C4C, we got to learn about this beautiful, wonderful enterprise. So your enterprise is called the African Emergency Healthcare Practices Limited. Let me say to our audience, it is a health education outfit. And which was one of the important areas we cited as we describe the health situation in the country in terms of health. The importance of health education in terms of providing information both for self, both for the community, and so on. Please tell us what inspired this? You are a nurse who one would think should be there doing nursing. You're a doctor doing your surgeries, but why this?
Okay, it came from experiences from the hospital, because while working at the hospital, we would have patients come in after they've bringing a patient in, and by the time you look at the patient, you'll see that they have done some things wrong at home before bringing the patient in. And also we've had, okay, before I go into this, I am the CEO of the African Emergency Healthcare Practices Limited, and what we do is we teach life-saving skills. We've gone to secondary schools. We've taught about life-saving. We've gone to Premier Academy, and we've gone to Leila Blossom School, where we taught about life-saving skills. We've also done occupational health with some corporate organizations and road safety. We've done that. So seeing how the things that people have gotten wrong by the time they bring a patient to the hospital, we saw the need to go into these things. We also have videos that talk about where we educate people on what they should have done before bringing a patient into the emergency room. Now, for example, we had a patient brought into the emergency room. The patient was convulsing, and the mother, at some point, threw up her clothes and wanted to urinate on the baby, to get the baby to drink the urine, because she was told that it's a medication for convulsion, that it's going to help the baby.
Repeat.
So,
yes. Yeah, I'm going to interrupt you and repeat that, because when you just say it like that, the audience may not understand. Our misconceptions can be gross.
Yeah. Let me elaborate on that particular story.
Yeah.
I was telling you how the journey started from housemanship. So we were in that same hospital. I was doing my housemanship, and it was children emergency posting I was doing at the time. And because I did not grow up in the southeast, I grew up in the north most of my life. So university was like southeast experience. So I had not seen that in my entire life, both as a non-medical person and as a medical person. So they rushed this convulsing baby into the emergency. The baby wasn't convulsing at the time they came. They rushed, our child has been convulsing at home, and while they were rushing in, another episode started. The mother threw the child on the floor, straddled the baby, and started peeing into the face. If you watch on YouTube, our first health education video was on febrile convulsion, because this story would not leave our minds. I jumped on top of the chair, but the nurses there, they had the experience. They had seen all these things several times, so they were so calm. I was shaking, like, what is going on here? And they say you give them urine. Urine helps. This is in addition to the palm kernel oil they feed them with. And a convulsing baby is not conscious, so can't even swallow well. You don't even know where the fluid is going into. You could aspirate, and this is actually what kills a lot of them. So that was one of the major stories we kept, because we come back, we share our stories from the day that meant, see what happened today, and how do you actually solve this problem? How do you tell women out there that you don't give urine to your baby who is convulsing? You tell this one person, the person doesn't believe, because the information out there is strong.
So from the mothers and the aunties and other caregivers, the grandmother.
So a very similar second story, the one that broke the camel's back, and we said we need to start talking, was in Gwarinpa General Hospital. So I had gone to the children emergency again. I'm not in pediatrics, but I was there talking with a doctor, and they rushed this baby in. Convulsion still. And then the nurse collected the baby from the mother, took to the treatment table. There was a large entourage with this woman, from the neighborhood where they were living. So all these people were asked to stay outside. They all went by the window, close to where the treatment table was. The nurse was withdrawing paraldehyde, the injection you give to abort the convulsion. So as she was doing that, these people from the window were telling the woman, don't allow her, no injection. And the woman told the nurse, they said they know they give them injection. These nurses and doctors are usually overwhelmed, a lot of work. So all the nurse could say was, excuse me, madam, leave me alone. And I was standing by the side. And she was withdrawing. By the time she was ready to give the baby, those people were still shouting, no grill, no grill. The woman rushed and held the nurse. They said they know they give them injection. The nurse said, madam, if you don't leave this place, security, take this woman out. And they were taking the woman out. Then I called the woman aside and I said, I understand what you're saying. No be this one. I know the one where they know they give them injection, but no be this one. This one, they will give them injection, the convulsion will stop. And the woman said, you dey work here? You know? So then I started asking questions. Wow, how do you give these people this information? Are you going to wait for them to always make their mistakes and come? And this child we're talking about had been given all what not before they came, before they arrived.
They had already tried home medication and so on.
They've given a lot of things.
They use spoons in the mouth to keep the teeth from clenching.
Yeah.
When the
So
convulsions
we're like, how do you, okay, maybe we should start talking. But we said there's a lot of medical talks going on out there. But we realized that even for me as a doctor, medical shows are boring. Because people come and they speak the jargons and all that, and you just be wondering, if you're not a medical person, you'll be wondering, what are they talking about? So how can you pick it? So we said we have to look for a way to break it down, to add humor to it like you do whatever to it, to get the people captivated so that they are enjoying and learning at the same time. So that's actually how we decided to start the show as the African ER, the African Emergency Room, you know, which is later now powered by the company. She stepped aside from work to start.
And so I am fascinated and excited by the fact that perhaps so many years ago the video technology wasn't available, but that you thought of now using that to produce skits. I will call them skits in the parlance of the media profession, that actually make that the information passing more interesting and so on. So, you know, we'll hear more from you about actual skits and videos and so on that you have produced. Please go on, my dear.
All right, I was going to say I've talked about us doing life-saving skills, teaching life-saving skills to students, and now this is because we've heard several times about accidents that happen in school, and one that happened a few years ago was a little boy of about 3 years who choked on his meat while he was eating in school. And because the teachers didn't know how to help this little baby, it took a while before they got him to the hospital, and unfortunately, he died before they got into the hospital. So we saw the need of teaching life-saving skills to both students and teachers so that we can avoid some of these incidences. So it's a way to encourage people to learn these skills and prevent such emergencies, or be able to step in when such emergencies happen.
So now let me ask you to expatiate on what the company actually does. From our talk, you do videos, you produce videos, but you're now saying teach life-saving skills. Are those, don't sound like videos, are those practical one-on-one life-saving skills?
Yes, they are practical.
Yes. In addition to what she has said, we go with a lot of things. We go with mannequins, the CPR mannequins. We go with bandages, we go with sticks, we go with everything because we practicalize the different emergencies that are possible in a school or everyday life environment. When we were talking to basketballers, they had a national championship, while one of the teams...
What are basketballers?
Basketballers in sports.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, they had this national championship. In preparation for this, one of their players collapsed, you know, and they lost him.
Wow.
So they called us to do a training for them so that they will know what to do next time if this kind of thing should happen. By the time we finished, because we teach them what to do when someone collapses, when someone is bleeding, or someone has fracture, when someone is drowning, when someone is having an asthmatic attack, all those kind of things we practicalize, and we make them do hands-on on what to do. By the time we finished and we were like, any questions? This lady got up and started crying. She said, if only we had this 1 hour before we lost him, you know. And she said, we did everything wrong. We did everything wrong. Maybe we could have saved him, you know. So I was really touched.
What killed him? What was it? A heat stroke? What was it?
He collapsed, and
from
maybe
what?
a heart attack.
Okay,
you know,
okay.
Maybe a cardiac arrest. He collapsed, and they were pouring water on him, hitting him and everything, not doing the right things. And he didn't pick up, he didn't have a chance.
Tell my audience what the right thing is.
Yeah.
Let's gain from the knowledge now, Abi,
yeah, so
before we move in.
Yeah, very quickly, because that's important and it's been happening around us. When someone just collapses around you, you just find someone suddenly unconscious. First of all, check if the person is breathing and if the person has a pulse. If these things are not there, send someone to call for help while you start a CPR. A CPR is the chest compression. If you Google it, for example, you will see videos about CPR so that you will know exactly where to put the heel of your hand and support and use energy to pump, you know, to do a CPR. If you're getting tired, you can exchange with your friend while somebody is getting professional help. You keep on, and a lot of times you may just discover that that person picks up again in breathing, you know. But pouring water, this person is unconscious, water can go into the wrong place. The person can become cold from the water you are pouring, you know, very wrong thing to do. So these were the things they were doing, and they lost this young man. So we finished the training with them, we did training with road safety. We go to schools, you know, to do training. In fact, 2 of our schools have them in their curriculum because we do a pre-test and a post-test for the secondary school, senior secondary school, SS1 to 3 students, so that these are people who can actually pick these things and reproduce them. So they put it as part of the curriculum. They're not tested for it in the WAEC, but they are tested for it in their school activities. So it becomes an annual thing for those sets of children. So we discovered that even though these people pay for the services we bring, you know, at least to be able to cover the running cost of what we do there, we are better fulfilled even more than what they pay, because you never can tell how many people down the line you would be saving by teaching just a few people how to do the right thing when there's an emergency. So that's why it is called African Emergency Healthcare Practices
African
Limited.
Emergency Healthcare Services.
Yeah, because we are about those emergencies. You know, one of the first stories we started with on our show was 3 delays in maternal mortality. This is another emergency stuff. You know, people waste their time doing things wrong. Before they arrive, they will tell you that this hospital is bad, people always die there. This one, because people always arrive late, almost always arriving late. So these are the things we try to make people stop. But we have some challenges about what are our videos, and I'm sure we're going to come to why we get frustrated sometimes about our videos. And I'll quickly mention that most of the people that need to hear us are not on social media.
Okay. You produce videos.
Yes.
Let me again now summarize. You produce videos, and these are things that perhaps can be shared on social media.
Yes.
You do some site visits.
Yes.
These, you know, do you do other things?
Well, we moved it to another level when we discovered the problem I just said. Most of our audience, most of the people that need to hear about this are not there, and they may not even speak good English. So in 2019, because we started all this in 2017, in 2019 we did an Hausa language show about maternal mortality, complete Hausa language. The aim of this show is to take it to primary health centers. You know, women leaders can have a discussion and play it. They don't have gynecologists, they don't have doctors, they don't have midwives, but they can now hear from the expert in a language they understand. Maternal mortality, like you said, it's high in Nigeria, but it is worse in northern Nigeria. So we decided to do it in that language so that where it can go as far as, and they will sit down in antenatal clinics in rural communities and watch the videos and discuss it among themselves. The videos are very practical, you know, so we took it to that level, you know, and recently we are taking another step.
And so, yes, so there's still a lot to hear from you. And in the next episode, we will explore further. I have loads of questions which I will ask you. But again, for the sake of our audience, let me summarize really. So from the things they have noticed in their own life work within emergency facilities and so on, they felt there was a need for more information to the public about potential dangers that can be averted indeed if you know some basic maneuvers, and if you also not led astray by misconceptions, so that you can quickly avail yourself of medical help and do the right thing even before you get to the institution. So, but somehow or another, Alex and Ebere, I think, still have a lot they haven't told us, and I'm going to get it out of them. But I'm going to thank all of you for having been with us this episode, and ask you not to miss the final episode, the next one, where they're going to describe a bit more detail and perhaps share how some of these things, their products, were produced, and their experiences, even as they talk about what they will do in the future, because this project cannot stand still. There's a huge need for it. Our people need the right health information. Our people need, it's life-saving, it's obvious, and it's something we can all do as part of our contribution to better help and nation building for our people. So please be with us next week as we continue this amazing discussion. See you.